If you've ever done a rain dance to try and keep the rain from ruining your weekend, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook for Friday, July 18th, where we close the week out strong, and we have no shortage of things moving on here. We had Netflix earnings last night. We've got Telomere running here this morning. We're going to have plenty of stuff to do. We got Mark Petrino coming up. We've got Anne Marie setting up some option trades for you after the show here. Friday is going to be a hoot, as they say. I hope you all are ready. Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook for Friday, July 18th, begins right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. We made it to the end of the week, and there's one more session before it's mice down, drinks up time. Happy Friday indeed, folks, indeed. A lot going on. We're going to go ahead and break it down, and as mentioned in the opener there, Mark Petrino will be joining us today, as will Anne Marie, and I already have some ideas for trades for Anne Marie. So we're going to go ahead and get all of that stuff rolling here. Good morning, Zach. Also watching bull for a nice pullback to consider entering. Zach, it's almost as if you have some type of spy mechanism in our happy hour program, because we talked about bull yesterday. We talked about the big move that it's making. We have some key levels that we can take a look at. So bull added to the list. Good morning, my man. Welcome back. EKS. It's great to see you again. Pelosi makes big bet on Broadcom. Pelosi has been holding a large number, 20,000 call options on shares of Broadcom. The stock now trades at a new 52-week high after rallying 13%. One of the best traders we've ever seen continues to knock it out of the park. You take with that what you will. Good morning, EKS. Welcome back. Paul, good morning. Welcome back. Hopefully the futures treated you well last night. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Sun-Kissed Yogi, welcome back. It's good to see you again. Pete, good to see you again. Welcome back. Yassine, good morning. Netflix played earnings. Oh boy, if you played Netflix earnings, I'll tell you what though, I really feel like the options sellers are what won the day. Okay, Netflix selling off a little bit here in the pre-market, but honestly, for such an expensive stock, a pretty tight range on Netflix. Suspect option sellers ended up winning that. We'll talk about Netflix here today. Let me add that to the list too, because the big thing that I want to know, who's buying it? Who's buying it, especially if it pulls back? We got some moving averages that could act as some levels, so we'll take a look at that. Good morning, Yassine. It's great to see you again. Jonathan, good morning. Welcome back. Ed Rowe, good morning. Welcome back. Producer, locked in. Absolutely love talking about golf before the show. That puts me in a good mood. So thank you. Welcome back. Bobby, great to see you again. Graf, welcome back. Dirkus, welcome back. Laura in Florida, happy Friday. Indeed, Laura, it is a happy Friday, and we're going to make it happier, that's for sure. ATL Russ, locked in. Good to see you again, boss. Glass half full. Good morning. Circle, Tesla, and Tem. All right. All right. Got some stuff here to trade. Kevin, good morning. FICO, please, for Anne Marie. I think we looked at that last time, did we not? But let me also let me actually mention that to her. FICO got suggested as well. We'll see here on FICO. But good stuff there, Yassine. Appreciate you. Jonathan, good morning. Welcome back. IWM looking risk on. We'll take that. We've got a small cap running plus 100% here this morning. So that should be pretty good for us. We'll see how the rest of those small cap stocks react. Tyler, good morning. Can we please check SMCI, Amazon, and PDYN? Adding all of those to the list here. We always take a look at Amazon, mostly because Izzy scalps that thing every day. But yes, let me add those PDYN added to the list. Tyler, good morning. Welcome back. Hoot, good morning. Welcome back. Maverick, good morning. Let's see who will win the Open. My money's on Scheffler. I'd like to see Rory and Scheffler battling it out on Sunday. Ryan would be a happy man. I'll tell you that much. If that's what we get on Sunday, we'll see. CMAX Energy, good morning. Welcome back. Rooster, good morning. Welcome back. Buffalo by Bicycle, good morning. Welcome back. Mew Life. Is that a cat reference? Because if so, that's plus 10,000 points. Welcome back. Good morning. Day Trader, Up all night watching crypto go nuts. Let me ask you, day trader, were you fist pumping? Were you cheering? Were you dancing on the table? Were you maybe having an adult beverage or two? You let me know how you were celebrating that. Really awesome stuff there. Shanlu Trading, good morning. Francis, good morning. Rasta Baby, good morning. Hunter, good morning. Matty, good morning. Kerching, let's go. Good morning. Sassy Butterfly Chick, good morning. Happy Friday. Seabass, buenos dias. That is good morning. Buenos dias, Seabass. JJ, good morning. Kenneth, good morning. Javon, welcome back. Good to see you. Dwayne, welcome back. Good to see you. VK, welcome back. VK wants to take a look at Twilio. That's we look at that occasionally, but maybe not enough yet. Add it to the list. Good morning, VK. Booglog, welcome back. Zoo, welcome back. Greater, welcome back. Ethan, welcome back. Robert, welcome back. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We will. Good morning, Chris. We'll go. Good morning, Robert. We'll go ahead and get started here with the SPY. Here's a look at your chart. We are set a new all-time high yesterday. In fact, Ryan Dietrich, we got a quote for him. We set our 9th all-time high of 2025. And it looks like we actually might be on track to set another one here today. So if we look at the SPY yesterday, the high print on the SPY, 628.40. We are currently at 628.55 here in the pre-market. So if everything holds right now, we will actually open at a new all-time high, and that would make number 10 here today. We'll see what happens in the rest of the pre-market here. Green arrows pretty much across the board here today. Although it's close to flat, they're still slightly in the green. Really, the question here is, do we continue a breakout of this range, or do we maybe trade back into the range? Do we maybe get some really bad news here and we break out of the break down, from the bottom of that range, maybe test that 20-day at about 618? We'll see here. My bet is that we actually have a pretty light day here. But we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. Let's go ahead and dive into some of the news. We'll go ahead and roll through this here before we get Mark in about 23 minutes. U.S. stocks likely to open higher after scaling a record close. American Express, 3M, Charles Schwab earnings are in focus. We're also going to talk about Netflix predominantly. Investors' nerves eased after President Trump denied reports suggesting he was considering the removal of Fed Chair Jerome Powell, all something we suspected. It was nice to get that confirmed. Meanwhile, the Treasury bond yielded 4.44%, so we backed off that 4.5 level that really has been kind of a key level for that 10-year note. And we continue to move down in the right direction. The 2-year yielding 3.89. Let's get to some of the analyst insights here on the market. A key takeaway for investors, according to Scott Wren, the senior global market strategist at Wells Fargo Investment Institute, is the certainty of rising tariffs on numerous U.S. trading partners in the near and intermediate term. With the recent One Beautiful Bill at momentarily sidelined trade concerns, tariffs are firmly back on the policy agenda. As the second quarter earnings season unfolds, corporate profitability will be under intense scrutiny. Wells Fargo anticipates mid-single-digit earnings growth rate for the second quarter, a slowdown from the previous quarter, reflecting both a slightly softer economy and the emerging tariff headwinds. While some companies have benefited from, quote, buying ahead to mitigate tariff impacts, others are now feeling the pressure on their bottom lines. Wren highlights S&P 500 companies have generally enjoyed robust operating profit margins, around 14 to 15% since the late 2021 year, exceeding the long-term average. This provides some capacity to absorb tariff costs. However, investors will be keenly focused on how much of these additional expenses will be passed on to consumers and the ultimate impact on earnings. Wells Fargo continues to favor information technology and communication services for their expected strong earnings. They also see improved comparisons later in the year and into 2026 for energy, Utes, and financials. Financials actually, I believe, led the day yesterday with XLF trading up over 1%. For now, the firm suggests trimming overvalued sectors like industrials, consumer discretionary, and U.S. small cap equities. Not sure I agree with that call. If we get risk on here and a move in small caps, maybe selling into strength here, I don't know about closing them. Let your winners run, though. Again, we'll see how it all shakes out here. Anticipates better buying opportunities towards the end of the year and into 2026. Meanwhile, Ryan Dietrich from Carson Research highlighted that the S&P 500 made its ninth all-time high on Thursday, quote, since 1957 when it became 500 stocks. Today was all-time high number 1,250. So he has a chart here outlining how many new all-time highs in all of those years and then the total of that. Remember, we actually just got some stats from Ryan Dietrich that when we see the performance like we've seen here this year, generally the back half of the year is still pretty positive. I think a lot of investors are banking on that. Now, let's talk about Netflix a little bit. You know what? Let's actually start with the chart here. We'll break up some of this news a little bit. The big question that I have for you, from what I understand during the call yesterday, there was a discussion going on about whether or not Netflix should split. And so I don't know if we want to run a poll on that, producer. I don't know if we've got strong opinions on splits here or whether or not Netflix should go through that. I don't know if this group is necessarily has a strong feeling on that either way. My feeling on this is that if companies are doing forward splits, they're doing something right, and that's generally a good thing. Lion Atlas, I believe that you made a call yesterday, perhaps it was in the evening, saying Netflix to 1,400 by the year end. Let me know if I'm getting that correct. I got to say, on the surface, if that is indeed your call, I would have to agree with you. Netflix, again, we've got a number of things going here. They are absolutely, without question, the leader in streaming. They continue to expand. They're still targeting 100 million more subscribers worldwide. That would absolutely have an impact on the bottom line. They're really not affected a lot by tariffs. I know there's been some tariff bluster here, but hopefully y'all folks are smart enough to see through some of that. This does seem to be a little tariff resistant. And so here we go. Netflix trading down by 2.45% here today. If we look inside, this is what it looks like. The initial move on Netflix was up. Then we reversed. Then we basically came back to balance. And now since then, we've been kind of leaking a little bit lower. It does look like we're trying to bounce off the impulse low that we put in the after hour session. We'll see if this level holds up. I've got this at 1236 or thereabouts. Lion says, yes, 1,400. Okay, hold me accountable to that call. You can add me to that list, Lion. You can hold me accountable. I think that call is spot on. I actually wouldn't even be surprised if we see 1,500 on Netflix. Remember, we are absolutely expecting more NFL games on Netflix this year, and I would imagine advertising for that ramps up as we get closer to the NFL season and then also the holiday season. I would expect you're going to see a lot of, remember, the reason I'm bringing this up, not just because I love football, that's obviously the case, as does most of the world. But the other reason that I'm bringing this up is I've been one of the boomer holdouts, Clint Eastwood level old people that just would not buy Netflix. I have cable and I get pretty much everything I need from cable until they started playing NFL games on Netflix on Christmas. You didn't think I was going to sit around on Christmas Day and not watch NFL, did you? No, we paid for Netflix there. So I would imagine that you're going to see some, even if some of those customers like myself churn out after that first month, I'm expecting a big second half here for Netflix, and I would be entirely unsurprised if this thing ramps higher into the holiday season. Now, the reason I'm saying all of that is because what we would like prior to that, yeah, that's right. We would like a pullback here, right? We would like a pullback here. So you can see that we are actually approaching the 50-day. We did not quite test it yet. That value at 1228.77. You want to call that 1239 go, or excuse me, 1229 go ahead. But here's what I want to show you. The last couple of times that this thing has broken through the 50, or let me start this off by saying the 50-day moving average level is going to be important because we're either going to bounce from the 50-day, or if we lose the 50-day, we actually have a high chance of pulling back to the 100-day. And in fact, if you look the last couple of times that Netflix has broken down from its 50-day moving average, indeed, it did trade down to that 100. This one here on the Liberation Day overreaction, which, let's just be honest with all of us, it was a massive overreaction around Liberation Day, However, for traders like us and investors like us, that gave us an opportunity to buy quality stocks at lower prices. And it's my belief that the Netflix pullback down nearly to the 200 was obviously an extreme buying opportunity. So I think we can kind of throw this out about it moving to the 200. If we look back, the last time Netflix broke through the 50-day, we did test the 100-day. It 2 days until we recaptured that. The time before that, we actually bounced off the trend line that goes all the way back to 2022. I suppose you could call this the COVID recovery ramp, if you want. Well, when we broke through the 50, we didn't quite get to the 100. We bounced off the trend line. Last time we broke through the 50, we went to the 100. So my question here is, who's buying this, and at what level are you trying to buy this? It's great that it's down 2.3% here, but I think we would probably want this down a little bit more. I would love to see this punch through the 50 to the downside and within 2 or 3 days recapture that 50-day moving average. To me, that would signify an entry trigger for a long side swing here on Netflix. Y'all folks, let me know how you would trade Netflix here. I want to get some ideas out here. We might be able to ask Anne-Marie about Netflix. I want to hear from the group how you folks are thinking about trading this. This company has just been an absolute monster. Just an absolute monster, and it does look like we have some more ahead of us. Now, really quickly, let's go through the earnings report here. Streaming giant Netflix reported its second quarter financial results last night after hours. They reported record revenue of $11.08 billion, which is up 16% year over year. The revenue total beat the street consensus of $11.04 billion, so a little beat there, but still, we're talking about some pretty big numbers here. The company reported second quarter earnings per share of $7.19, beating the street consensus of $7.06. Operating margins were 34% in the quarter, beating the company's estimate. Netflix attributed more members, higher pricing, and increasing in advertising revenue as the items that helped boosted revenue and operating margins. All of the company's regions saw year-over-year revenue growth. So the Canadian region, $4.93 billion, plus 15% year-over-year. Eastern Asia, $3.54 billion, plus 18% year-over-year. Latin America, $1.31 billion, plus 9% year-over-year. Actually, might be some catch-up that we can get there on the Latin America region. And then the Asia Pacific region, $1.13 billion. That was a 24% year-over-year growth there. So just absolutely crushing it. The growth for the UCAN region of 15% year-over-year outperformed the 9% growth in the first quarter and comes with a full quarter of price increases, the company said. The company highlighted multiple series and movies that saw strong performance in the second quarter, highlighted by the release of the third season of Squid Game in June with 122 million views. I've actually never seen Squid Game. I can't remember. Do you folks like that or dislike that? And I can't remember the last time we've talked about that. Y'all have to remind me on that. The season is already the 6th highest in Netflix history. Overall, Netflix members watched 95 billion hours of content in the first half of the year. Netflix issued third quarter guidance for revenue of $11.526 billion. That's up 17% year over year, and earnings per share of 6.87. Both figures above the street estimates, according to data from Benzinga Pro. The company also raised full year revenue guidance to a range of $44.8 billion to $45.2 billion, up from the previous range of $43.5 to $44.5. Netflix is guiding for operating margins of 29.5% for the full year. The company highlighted its remaining content slate for the second half of 2025 with items like Wednesday, Stranger Things, Happy Gilmore 2, Frankenstein, and the Canelo Crawford live boxing match. Now, let me pause right there because this might not have an impact on the stock, but this Happy Gilmore 2, anyone that lived through the 90s and or likes golf is probably excited about this. I really, really hope they don't butcher this. We got to be getting close. We got to be getting close to Happy Gilmore 2. I've got my fingers crossed. I've got high hopes. I really hope I'm not let down. 3D, good morning. You're saying we have a YouTube ad? We have multiple ads? Producer, figure out what the hell is going on with the ads. I hope you can even hear me. You might not even be able to hear me. We'll look into that. I'll have my producer look into that. and give us let me know what's going on. Sorry about that. Okay, I wonder who's going to be in Happy Gilmore 2. That's going to be fire. I believe they're going to have cameos from like everyone except for Chubbs, obviously. I believe there's going to be a ton. We'll see. We'll like I said, I've got high hopes. I'm trying to remain glass half full, but Hollywood is an absolute mess, and I'm terrified about that. Anyway, our goal is to offer a wide variety of quality series, films, and games that our members love. This, in turn, drives engagement on Netflix, and when people watch more and love what they watch, they stick around longer. Recommend Netflix to others and place a higher value on the service. Netflix said it's happy with its recent upfront presentations with advertisers. The company expects to double its advertising revenue for the full year. So interestingly enough, we're complaining about ads here. Netflix is actually going to double their revenue through ads. Keep it under your hat. It should be fixed now. Let us know if you see any more ads. Boom. This is how fast my producer works. He also doesn't sleep, by the way, from what I've learned, but good stuff there, producer. Really, really good stuff. Okay. So Netflix, we have the poll up. Do you think it should split? Do you think it shouldn't split? If you want to have that discussion later on in the show, we absolutely can. But let me know. This company is an absolute monster. And despite me not thinking that I need it personally, certainly looks like an attractive stock to trade, especially if we get a pullback to a chartable support level. I mean, good golly, that would be awesome. Okay. Let's keep moving here. Wall Street's big seven are now bigger than China's entire economy. Well, keep that. Let that sink in, I guess, is what the colloquial saying was. As of July 17th, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, and Broadcom together reached a staggering $18.84 trillion in market value. That figure now exceeds China's 2024 gross domestic product, which stood at 134.9 trillion yuan, roughly 18.7 trillion when converted at the current exchange rate. Market cap versus GDP, not the same thing. However, this valuation supremacy is fueled by a concentrated wave of investor enthusiasm around artificial intelligence and future cash flow generation. NVIDIA alone now holds over 4.2 trillion in market cap, riding a 2024 rally powered by powered by GPU dominance on AI workloads. Yet, while the headline comparison is striking, it's important to recognize that the market cap and the GDP measure entirely different things. One is the total value of a company's stock at a moment in time. The other tracks the entire country's economic output over a year. One is a stack, the other is a flow. So the comparison, while headline worthy, is not economically sound. Still, the fact that just 7 U.S. companies are now worth more than China's entire economy says a lot about how much confidence investors have in American tech. Well, comparing Wall Street's Big Seven to China's entire GDP generates headlines. A fairer and more financially sound comparison pits the largest U.S. companies against the largest Chinese companies by market cap, and the results are still striking. As of July 17th, the combined market cap of China's 7 biggest publicly traded firms stood at just 2.3 trillion, or 12% of the 18.84 trillion commanded by the U.S. tech titans. By comparison, NVIDIA alone has a market cap of 4.2 trillion, nearly double the value of China's top 7 combined. So the idea here is that this is just to give you an idea of how strong these American companies are. And frankly, if you read through here, this is why the United States has leverage. And this is why it's working. Next here, we're going to talk about Fed Governor Waller, who calls for 25 bips cut in July. Now, I know we've talked a lot about rate cuts and the timing of rate cuts and all of that. With Waller here saying that 25 bips cuts in July, I think he might be the only person on that side, to be quite honest with you. What happened? Well, on Thursday, speaking at Money Marketeers of New York University, Waller said, quote, "I believe the Federal Open Market Committee should reduce our policy rate by 25 basis points at our next meeting." Waller pointed to a string of recent economic data to make his case. Quote, "Real gross domestic product growth was likely around 1% in the first half of this year and is expected to remain soft for the rest of 2025. He also believes consumer spending, quote, is expected to continue to grow at a similar pace, tempered by the expected slowing in growth of real disposable income, end quote. While framing labor market trends as a particular concern, since private payroll employment grew just 74,000, a much smaller gain than in the previous 2 months. He said job growth is much closer to zero, describing private sector payrolls as near stall speed and flashing red, highlighting the need for the Fed's intervention. On inflation, Waller believes the recent increases tied to import tariffs should not influence the central bank's policy. He says, quote, tariffs have boosted and will continue to boost inflation a bit above the FOMC's 2% objective this year, but policy should look through tariff effects and focus on underlying inflation. Summing up his stance, Waller said, quote, the evidence of a slowing economy and all the factors I have cited weighing on economic activity mean that the risks to the FOMC's employment mandate are greater and sufficient to warrant an adjustment in the stance of monetary policy. Consumer spending, however, continues to remain strong, with the U.S. retail sales jumping 0.6% in June, ending a 2-month losing streak in the face of tariffs, trade tensions, and geopolitical uncertainties. This weakens the case for a rate cut amid the growing pressure on Fed Chair Jerome Powell by President Trump in this regard. Powell has repeatedly said that it is Trump's tariffs that deterred the Fed from easing its monetary policies. Quote, in effect, we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs, and essentially all inflation forecasts for the United States went up materially as a consequence of that. Now, I know there's been a lot of talk about flip-flopping, taco, all of that nonsense, which is nothing more than noise. Now you're starting to see the full picture here. Clearly, the tariff headlines, the high eye-popping numbers were designed to spur negotiation. And it appears as if Trump believes the Fed should just see through that and perhaps lower these rates. With all of that being said, I'm still in the camp that I do not think we get a 25 bips cut in July. To me, it sure seems like the earliest point that we would get this interest rate cut is September. All right. Quickly, I want to talk about Apple here before we get Mark on. Deutsche Bank has more than tripled its stock price target for MP Materials, a rare earth miner. The company's shares are now projected to rise to $67, a substantial increase from the previous target of $20. This new target suggests an 11.18% upside from the closing price of $60.26 per share on Thursday. The Pentagon's strategic investment in MP Materials and Apple's $500 million deal to purchase rare earth magnets from the company have significantly reduced the company's operational risks, according to Deutsche Bank. Corinne Blanchard stated, quote, the stock now priced in the catalyst and other potential catalysts are on the medium term, end quote. The rare earth minerals industry has been under the spotlight due to U.S. government efforts to reduce its reliance on Chinese supply. This has led to a surge in stock prices of the companies in the domestic critical miner sector, such as U.S. Rare Earth or USAR. Despite the challenges, experts believe that the U.S. has multiple options to establish a domestic supply chain for rare earths within the next 5 years to replace China's global monopoly. This includes substitutes for the 7 restricted rare earths and the majority of the 17 rare earth elements and 50 critical minerals being present in the United States. As the U.S. faces a critical vulnerability in its supply chain concerning the rare earth supply, economist Craig Shapiro asserts that the situation is fixable and at a surprisingly manageable cost. This is evident in the recent developments in MP Materials, which have positioned the company as a strategic asset for the U.S. Now, if we go back to Pro here, I know we've talked a lot about MP. Grats to everybody that has won on this recently. Here, let me actually get these moving averages back. I don't know what's going on here with this. Anyway, looking at the price target, congrats on anyone that really kind of took this from the, I think, high 20 handle when we first started talking about the news. My thought here, however, we probably have some more legs on this. I would not chase these big moves higher. Rather, I would wait for a pullback here. One of the first levels that I'm looking at is this level between 53 and 54. We actually have an island forming here, and if we're able to hold this gap and not break into this gap, my suspicion is that we trade back up towards 60, 63, and maybe even break that and go on a little bit of a run. Okay, folks, it's Friday and it's time for one of our favorite people. Let's give a warm welcome to Mark Petrino. Mark, good morning. I got to start with this. I could really get used to waking up at 4:30 in the morning and flipping on a golf tournament. That to me is, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I love watching like the British Open and the Scottish Open. I mean, I've never been over there to play over there, but before I die, I definitely will. My brother went to Scotland to play, and wherever he went, it's like it's the lifestyle. It's all they do. And he said, the cab picks him up at the airport. The cab driver is listening to golf on the radio, right? Then he gets to the golf course and he asks the caddy, like, hey, will you clean my ball? Now, if you play with a caddy here, they take the towel and they clean your ball and they make it look brand new. He said the caddy took his ball, spit on it, wiped it on his shirt, and gave it back to him.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mark, two things here. Number one, I had a really good friend, my really good golf buddy, said that the trip of a lifetime was about 10 years ago. Him and a group of friends went over there. They hired a camera crew to follow him around and create professional pictures and an album of all of these spectacular courses and all of them together. It's actually a really, really cool keepsake that he has. But I'm just going to throw this out there. No pressure, buddy. If you need help filling out a foursome for that, you call me, okay?
Yeah, it's gonna
because that's a bucket list trip for me too, boss.
It will get done. I mean, if you think about it, the very first golf course, well, supposedly St. Andrews, people have been playing there for 600 years. I mean, it's just crazy. That's longer than our countries that even existed. You know?
Wild stuff. Okay, what do you got for us today?
Well, let me share my screen here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you guys were talking about this MP materials, and I just wanted to point something out.
I actually am going to interrupt you and point something out. Drew here from our chat says another great week of trades from Mark's Substack ideas. Thanks, Mark. As a reminder here, producer, if you could throw up the link to Mark's Substack, please subscribe. Mark takes time out of his day to help us out. Mark, good stuff here. Let me go ahead and share your screen for you.
Yeah, and I'm cutting down on my water. I just have my core bottle today.
Well, I'll tell you what, Crimp Biscuit is disappointed that you don't have the big jug here today. So we're going to have to deal with that core bottle. That actually has a really good cap. But nonetheless, what do you got for us?
Well, one of the things I just wanted to point out on this MP materials. Now, I don't know where it's going to go, but notice how we had this massive rally because of the news you all have all been talking about. Mm-hmm. And it's not a coincidence. Look at where it stalled out, right around 60. Well, if we go back to March of 22, right? So we're talking a little bit over 3 years ago, there was resistance there. So it's not a coincidence, in my opinion, that this is where it stalled out. Stocks tend to run into resistance at former peaks. As a matter of fact, there's an old Wall Street saying, sell at former peaks. And this is an example of that. Now here, we made this big run up here, and where did this one stall out? Right at this former peak. So what happens is you have people that buy at these peaks that regret doing so when the price drops right after, and they basically say, I made a mistake, and if one day I could eventually get out of this at break even, I'm going to. So when it returns to their level, you have these remorseful buyers placing sell orders, and if there's enough of them, the level that was resistance can become resistance again. So this is extremely overbought. It's at resistance. I would think there's probably going to be a little bit of profit taking here, or maybe some consolidation.
I completely agree with you. And my thesis here is what we should do is wait for a pullback, because while the trade might have some more legs, certainly it's not good risk management to buy up here at a resistance area where people are likely to take profit. And real quickly here, Mark, I'm sorry, I actually missed this comment, but stuff like this, I absolutely need to shout out to the group. Charles here says, good morning, Ryan. This is the greatest group ever. My best 3 days of trading in a row, $15,000 each day. Some thanks to you guys. I got into a ton of interactive brokers and hood. Charles, stuff like this makes me so happy. This entire show was created to help the regular guy, and it's great to see the regular guy and gals absolutely crush it and make life-changing money. Pat yourself on the back, Charles. Looking forward to more of that as the years continue to roll off the calendar. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. We like hearing stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
So there's been some crazy stuff going on in the market, as I'm sure you are aware. I've never seen anything like this. At least I don't remember. I mean, look at some of these stocks. Look at this dragonfly. I mean, you get stuff like this. Well, you rarely get stuff like this, but you tend to get stuff like this coming off the bottom, not after a big uptrend, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's just a lot of crazy stuff going on. Now, one of the things I watch is sentiment, and the sentiment is still not at an extreme of bullishness. There's still a lot of bearish people out there. 2 weeks ago, I had expected this sentiment indicator, or this is the American Association of Individual Investors. They ask their members, are you bullish, bearish, or neutral? Now, if you get an extreme amount of bullishness, that's actually bad for the market, because if people are bullish, what do? They invest their funds. And when they run out of their funds, when that last buyer buys that last share, the market runs out of buyers. The only way it can go is down. Extreme bearishness is the opposite. Like in April, when people were extremely bearish, the market runs out of sellers, and the only way it can go is up. Now, I had expected the bullish readings to get up into the 50s. And when you get up to 50s, that's extreme bullishness. That's when you got to start thinking about selling or protecting
Mm-hmm.
your portfolio, buying puts maybe, or inverse ETFs. But the bullishness has actually gone a little bit lower over the last couple of weeks. 3 weeks ago it was 45%, then it was 41, and the most recent reading was 39. Bearish is 39. The historical average is 31% are bearish, 31% are neutral, and 38% are bullish, which makes sense because the market's been going up for
Mm-hmm.
250 years. But this tells me that there's a good chance the market's going to continue to just kind of keep working higher until that reading comes out once a week. It's on Wednesdays, and until that gets up into to 50, I think you got to just kind of stay long, even though a lot of people are starting to say, like, when is this going to end? But people are still skeptical. When you're out to dinner and your waiter starts giving you stock tips, then it's time to sell, because that's when the market's run out of buyers. So I'm surprised, but hey, I'm not complaining.
No, me either. And it's funny that you bring this up here, Mark. I think that's awesome data, right? That is really, really awesome data. And I suspect that you have a tremendous historical look at that, just to know how important that actually is. One of the things that we've been talking about recently with market veterans, multi-decade market veterans, is that when you see some of these little stocks like DPRO that you just had on there, we have TELO running this morning. We've had a number of these Bitcoin treasury companies running. When you see these small stocks making 1, 2, 300% moves, there's a thought that this can be quite indicative of a top in the market. And it looks like, based on what you're sharing here, that no, this might not be. Sure, some of these smaller stocks may come back in and regress back to the mean, but overall, maybe the market's not quite at a top yet.
I don't think so. And one of the things I've learned over the years is that markets can go up for much longer than people expect, and markets can go down for much longer than people expect. So there's an old saying, the market climbs a wall of worry. And I think what that means is, as long as, it was kind of what I was referring to, as long as people are still bearish, there's still money on the sidelines. And it's becomes this positive, a positive feedback loop. People see the prices going higher and higher and higher, and eventually they think it's going to go on forever. But it won't. There's going to be a correction. I don't know. Will it be today? I don't think so. Will it be in 3 weeks? I don't know. But as long as people are still skeptical, I think there's room for more upside.
Yeah,
So
I would agree with that. Now, on this telomere chart,
what's the symbol? I'm sorry.
it's
Oh, this one here. Okay.
TELO. It's $3 in the pre-market.
Okay.
So it shows that a closing price there of 121 yesterday. The stock is $3 here in the pre-market, and this is on the back of some news about one of its drugs having a positive cancer here. Telepharmaceutical shares are trading higher after the company announced data for its gene silencing of STAT1. So this is a data here, and this is restoring tumor suppressor in human prostate cancer cells, outperforming chemotherapy and another drug that I can't necessarily pronounce. So we're getting really good data here on telomere. Stock is up 150% here in the pre-market.
Yeah, something like that could be a game changer. When you see stocks make these massive moves like this, it well actually let's see what the percentage is. So it's basically up about 175% or 150%. But this might be sustainable because there's news driving it. If you see a stock that gets really jacked up and goes parabolic, it's and there's no news driving it, it's probably either a short squeeze or someone in some chat room is pumping it up somewhere. And either way, there's a really good chance that it's going to come back to earth. So, but this could be a game changer. I don't know the company. Sounds pretty impressive though.
Yeah, the other thing is that this company, I don't know if you're familiar with what telomeres are, but this company basically does longevity, human life longevity. They're trying to make people survive longer with all of their products and drugs. And now it looks like you're getting some news here that really kind of helps this thing along. Now I noticed there that you have a support level drawn out at about 330, it looks like.
Uh-huh.
That broke down here. It is worth noting that in the pre-market here today, this thing printed a high of 379. So it actually traded up briefly over its 200-day moving average, but really couldn't hold above there. I got to ask, do you think that this level here is going to come into play here today?
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much of a game changer this is, and it probably is, but there's also going to be people who bought this thing around 330 back last August and in November who are watching this right now saying, gee, if I can finally get out of this at break even, then I'm going to do so. So if you're someone who trades breakouts, you may want to just kind of wait to see if this gets above the 330 level and then jump in there. Because if we get above that, breakouts are strategies where you buy something after it gets above a resistance level. Resistance is this large group of sellers, or it's a price level or price zone where there's a lot of sell interest. If you get above that and you can hold it, well, you can kind of infer that those sellers are the people who created the resistance have left the market. They might have canceled their orders, they might have finished their orders. But regardless, remember, markets are supply and demand. And when you take a lot of supply out of the market, meaning sellers, if new buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers. So they're going to have to be willing to jack the price up and outbid each other to draw sellers off of the sidelines. And that's what puts us into uptrends. So there's been a lot of things breaking out around the market here. But yeah, I'm kind of familiar with that. I mean, I'm not like a biologist or
Me
anything,
either. Yeah,
those are the things that start to break down, and that's what causes the aging process. So if they stop
exactly.
breaking down, you'll never get old.
That's exactly. If you lengthen them, you can also lengthen your life. That's at least the belief. Really quickly here, Pro Trader Key saying, couldn't it be headed to zero as well? Well, sure.
Yeah.
I could wake up tomorrow and the Earth could get hit by a 2-kilometer wide asteroid and we could all be gone. I mean, anything can happen. The one thing that I will say here about this, just to kind of go along with that, taking a look at the financials, this company loses just under $1 million a quarter, and they have $500,000 on their balance sheet. So to be fair here, it's quite possible, especially after good data, that the company would have to raise money in order to take the next step, whether it's a trial or some type of production. So to your point about this coming back in, I think there's a real risk here of the company raising money by maybe offering shares on the public market, and that certainly would send this company lower. Maybe we get that today, maybe we don't get that till after hours or next week, but just know that's potential here with TELO.
Yeah, it's very small. I mean, the market cap's only
Yeah.
$36 million.
Yep.
So this would be good for this. The volume is 1.3 million. So this would be okay for a retail trader to get into, but it's too small for any institutions to get involved in.
So that average volume of 1.3 million for the last 30 days, that's actually higher, almost double from the last 100-day average volume, which is 736,000. Today we've traded 57 million.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, 57 million in the pre-market. So again, I don't want to make any outlandish claims here. Please understand that the company needs cash. I'm sure we'll break this down again when we get 13 on here. So, okay. What else you got for us here today? I have a number of stocks I could ask you about, but I want to see what's kicking around your brain there first.
All right. One of the things I was looking at is this Micron technology, because this has kind of gotten to an interesting level here. It's this is real common things we see in markets, right? A level that had been a support level can turn into a resistance level. So this is buyer's remorse, right? Just like we talked about the former peaks. People buy here, and when the price goes lower, a lot of them are like, this sucks. I shouldn't have bought. I made a mistake. If it gets back to my level, I'm going to or I'm going to sell my shares and get out at break even. So a lot of times, if you're rallying and you're wondering, gee, where should I sell? Well, when you get to a level that had been support before, there's a good chance there's going to become resistance. Then we have this, what we call the old bearish engulfing pattern. Now, I think it's important to remember when we look at charts, we're looking at if you do it right, I should say, if you understand it and do it right, you're looking at a graphical illustration of psychology and supply and demand. So think about this pattern here and forget that it's called the bearish engulfing pattern. Let's just think about what this shows. So pretend this is a football team, I guess, right? The blue team is pushing the ball up the field, and they get all the way up to the end zone, and then the red team makes a goal line stand and the momentum turns. Now, if you were to see on the morning of June 26th, you would have said, oh man, the blue team is still in charge. The top of a red candle or one of these red rectangles is the opening price, and the closing price is the bottom of it. So in the morning, it looked like it was going to be another up day. But what had happened? By the close, the sellers came in and they overpowered the buyers and pushed it all the way back down. Most volume trades on the open and the close. So there tends to be support around prior opens and closes. So the fact that this action put us right through the prior day's close and the prior day's open just shows the real strength of the sellers. And sure enough, a downtrend started. So now the stock has found support around a level that had been resistance. This is the opposite emotion. This is seller's remorse. People sell here, and at first they're like, wow, this is great. The stock went down. But when it goes higher, a lot of them tell themselves, I made a mistake. If I can, I'm going to buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at. So if you get enough remorseful sellers from here, placing buy orders here, the level that was resistance can become support. So it's not a coincidence that this is where this sell-off ended. So it's holding here this morning. Yesterday, you had this little kind of sledgehammer thing going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just think about what this shows, right? So at one point during the day, the stock was all the way down here. But by the close, the buyers pushed it all the way back up. They didn't get through they didn't get through the opening price, but that still could be a sign that the trend is changing. So if the market keeps moving ahead, and I think I think today it looks like it's going to, there's a good chance that this reverses and there's a bounce there. So just a really good example of how precise some of these resistance and support levels can be. I mean, literally within pennies of a stock that's $130 billion market cap.
Yeah,
It's
really,
pretty
really
amazing.
incredible. And we've actually talked about Micron here. I think we all have kind of a bullish view here on Micron. I understand that GPUs are doing most of the AI calculations here, but anyone that knows how this stuff works knows that you also need RAM memory in order to get all this done. So Micron, I like this stock. To me, I think if it recaptures this line here, you got a hammer form there on the chart. I think we probably return to that 130 area.
Yeah. One of the things I wrote about for my stock of the day was there's some just real classic action in Johnson and Johnson. I mean, I don't know where it's going to go, but this is your textbook ascending triangle pattern. Now, technical analysis, I think, to a lot of people, it has a dubious reputation, and I can understand why. Because a lot of the people that do it, they don't seem to know what they're doing. They look at charts and they try to identify these patterns, but they don't understand the dynamics that make the patterns form. So they think it's like astrology or reading tea leaves or what have you.
Mhm.
Now, in the classic ascending triangle pattern, it's a bullish setup and they're pretty reliable. The sellers hang out. So this horizontal line here is about 157. So the sellers are basically like, look, man, I'm going to sell at 157. If the buyers come to me, I'll sell. If not, I don't really care. So you got these complacent sellers. At the same time, as time is going by, the buyers are coming into the market at higher prices. Markets go in peaks and valleys. And when the valley forms at a higher level than the prior valley, we call that a higher low. So the ascending triangle pattern is a graphical illustration of complacent sellers and aggressive buyers. So regardless of what the market is if you have aggressive buyers and complacent sellers, it sets the stage for a move higher. So we broke the resistance. A lot of times if you get to resistance and you're wondering if it's going to break or not, if you have this series of higher lows leading into it, there's a good chance that it does. So the stock breaks out, makes its move higher, and where does it find resistance? At the same level that had been resistance before. So this isn't a coincidence, right? People bought here, and now they're trying to get out over here. There was an ascending triangle pattern in SoFi not too long ago, which we probably talked about that. It was kind of.
Actually, I do think that SoFi was one of the stocks that we looked at last week. Maybe we did that with Anne Marie, but we have been looking at SoFi recently. This is definitely one that we're keeping tabs on.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one of these stocks that's like, I mean, this stuff is just going nuts, man. I mean, think about it. Since the April lows, this stock has gained 150%. I mean, that's astonishing. I mean, 20% a year is considered good. This is up 150% in 3.5 months.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. There was an ascending triangle pattern in biotech industry. So that's something we may want to look at as some of our biotech stocks.
Okay. And that's what Telomere is. That's running here today, interestingly enough.
Yeah, so here's an example of you get support, like we talked about, it becomes resistance. We broke out. A lot of times when you break out, this is a very common question I get. How do you know if it's a real breakout or if it's a false breakout? Well, a lot of times when you break resistance, you'll come back in and you'll have a retest of the level. And if the level that had been a resistance level can convert into a support level like here, that can set the stage for the next move higher. You can even kind of see that there. I mean, not a perfect example. But anyway, this looks like it's moving higher this morning. It looks like it's about to break above the short-term resistance. And then we're getting into a range here where we made a rapid move lower. So this isn't a gap, but it's the same principle. If you move through levels really quickly, you're not going to get a lot of interest because it doesn't spend time there. So there's not a lot of people that trade it. So one of the main reasons why we get resistance is remorseful buyers. Now, if you fall through price levels really quickly, there's just not a lot of time for there to be a lot of people who bought who are going to be trying to sell on the way up. So if we get into these levels here, there may not be a lot of sell interest. The buyers are going to have to jack it up, and we could get a pretty rapid move up to around here, the former peak. So, I mean, that would be a pretty substantial move.
Indeed. Indeed. All right. That DPro stock, by the way, thank you, Brandy. That DPro stock that you pulled up here, that's trading lower by $2 today because they did an offering. So just like I was kind of warning you about Telomere, this might come into play here today, even if Telomere goes 100% from here. So looks like this thing closed at 722, but it's got a 521 bid right now. So we basically retraced that entire candle from yesterday and filled the gap down to the top wick of the other candle.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
So,
yeah.
Okay. You want to do some more charts here?
Yeah. If people have questions, I'd be happy to take a look at stuff.
It looks like people want to take a look at a couple of different charts. So I got a good one here for you to start with. How about Bull, ticker BULL? This one, obviously, recent, IPO, or was it a SPAC? I can't remember. Nonetheless, this kind of related to Robinhood. Robinhood's been on a huge run, but now we might have a base, bottom, and curl up. So I'd like to know what you see here.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. I mean, geez. So these guys IPO'd, got jacked up there, came all the way back. But yeah, I mean, I would agree. It looks like it's kind of found a base. and breaking above some short-term resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, pretty much right at some short-term resistance. But I mean, given the tone of the market, my guess is that this breaks and it just keeps going.
Me too. And it actually looks like we have some pretty clear targets above that $18 level. Looks like that would be next here.
So sometimes when markets change leadership, it happens really quickly, like in the engulfing pattern we talked about.
Mhm.
Sometimes the leadership, when it changes from bulls to bears, it happens slowly. And that could show up on a chart as something that looks like a rounded bottom. So the bulls are taking over. They're just doing it slowly as opposed to a quick, rapid, maybe 1 day change. But yeah, it looks to me like this is going to go higher.
Yeah, sure does. Okay, next one here, SMCI. This is one I'm sure we've talked about before, but getting some more requests here this morning. Let us know what you see here on SMCI.
Yeah, I looked at this one too. Yeah, I mean, here's another one, right? That looks like it's just moving higher. I mean, a lot of times when markets go up, they don't go in straight lines. There's a bearish engulfing pattern right there. So here is an example of where the leadership changes in a day. The bulls are in charge, and then all of a sudden, wham! It looked like it was going to be another up day, and then the bears just took over and pushed it down. So that shows you that's a rapid change of leadership as opposed to the rounded bottoms or tops. But markets don't go in straight lines. They tend to go like a staircase, a series of trading ranges where what was the top of one range becomes the bottom of the next range. And that looks like what's going on here. So we broke this resistance. It converted into support. We broke this resistance. Now it looks like it's converted into support. Not doing much today, but I think that this is just in a little bit of a consolidation and it'll probably keep moving higher.
Okay,
So
really
that
good.
one looks good.
Yeah, really. You guys did a really good job here. So Pawan was saying, is it ready after a weekly double bottom? And so sure kind of looks like that, Pawan. Of course, anything can happen here, but sure looks pretty good here. Looks pretty good. Sorry. Next one that I wanted to take a look at here. Oh, I just lost it. One of you guys was mentioning it. RTX, Raytheon, or what used to be Raytheon.
Yeah, I mean, here's another one that looks good. It's really not much to say. I mean, it's in an uptrend. It consolidated, just broke some short-term resistance right around here. So that's another healthy looking chart, right? What
Yep.
was resistance became support, and this is kind of what you want is these nice. I mean, it's great to make money fast, but when markets go up fast, they come down fast. Markets that go up nice and slow and are boring are good ones. So this looks really good to me too. My guess is that this keeps moving. It's in all-time high territory, so there's not going to be any obvious resistance levels.
Okay.
But yeah.
And well, I guess we could finish it off with this one. My favorite place, my favorite brick and mortar store in the world, Costco, ticker COST.
Do you buy the Costco golf balls?
Sure do. Got an unopened box sitting right over my right shoulder, boss. The only reason it's unopened, by the way, is because one of our viewers here who is won tournaments and shoots near 70, shoots below par on some courses. He's so good. Uses one ball per round and sent me a box of 100 of his used golf balls. And they're just as good as new. They're Pro V1s, Callaways, Bridgestone, the top flight balls. So I haven't even had to use those Kirks, but I got an unopened box sitting there. Also have the gloves, by the way.
Well, that makes me angry because I usually go through about a dozen balls around. So,
Well, I'll tell you
sometimes I
what.
just play balls.
I'll hook you up when we golf together. I'll bring the balls. Clip
All right,
that.
sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I don't think Costco's stock is looking a little bit weak here. I don't know. It might be on some support.
The
But
one thing that I would say that is key here that your chart does not appear to have is the 200-day moving average was lost on that big red candle down, and it sure looks to me like maybe we might be trying to retest and recapture that level.
yeah, I would concur with that.
And that value there, 965.29 is where that 200-day moving average is. 965.29.
Okay.
It's literally right there, and it was clearly acting as support. And part of me wonders if we're able to recapture that.
Well, I'll do my part. I'll go over there later and buy some golf balls to see if I can.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Mark. I'll do my part tomorrow, buddy.
All right. I'll take one more if you guys got a question. I got a 9 o'clock meeting, but
yeah, Twilio, TWLO.
I use yellow balls too because I can't see white balls.
You know what? The pro tip on yellow balls, not a lot of people use those. So when you're looking for yours in the rough, much easier to find than the white ones that are likely someone else's.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So this one looks pretty good as well. I mean, just kind of working its way higher, getting into a level where there was a gap. So remember, one of the main reasons why we get resistance is remorseful buyers. When a stock closes at one price and opens at a different price, there's no trading. So if there's no trading, there's no one who bought, who's going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So we start breaking into these levels around here, around 131 or so. There's a good chance this thing makes a rapid move. And the next stop will probably be around 145. All right, everyone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mark, really good stuff. Enjoy the trip to Costco. Hit them straight if you play here this week, and we'll catch up with you next week. Okay, I really appreciate you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good weekend.
That is Mark Petrino. Really good stuff from him every single week. Thank you, folks, for shouting out some tickers there to go over. We've already hit a number of the tickers on our list. Let's go ahead and welcome in 13. We'll clean that list out. 13, happy Friday, buddy. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Had a nice evening. How are you? How was everybody this morning?
Man, we are good. We are feeling good. It's a Friday. I don't know about you, but here in Chicago, I woke up, it was 60 degrees. I actually had to tap my thermometer to make sure it wasn't broken. So real good stuff here. I am worried, though, that we're about to get 3 consecutive days of rain here. So I'm hoping that my weekend isn't ruined. But other than that, boss, we are ready to go. Telomere. You see that? You see that? How about that? So we got a lot to cover here. 13. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, let's start with telomere.
Boom. Let's do it. That was easy. In fact, I wish I still had my easy button. I'll look to see if I can find that. All right. First one here, we're just going to go ahead with the movers, and we're going to start with ticker TELO. This is Telomere Pharmaceuticals here. Telomere Pharmaceuticals shares are trading higher after the company announced data for its gene silencing STAT1. Remember, we were just talking about this with Mark. That is restoring tumor suppressor in human prostate cancer cells, which outperformed chemotherapy. And I'll give it a shot here, rapamycin. That's actually kind of fun to say, rapamycin. Okay, so that's the news here. It's driving this higher. Quick look around the horn here on this one. Short interest on this, 7.4% of the float short. It's actually down from double digits of the prior 4, 5, 6 reads. 2.95 days to cover. So not a ton, but perhaps enough to have some type of squeezy action here today. Float on this one is 19.5 million. On average, the 100-day average, the stock trades 736,000 shares. Remember, that 30-day average is actually closer to 1.2 million. So over the last month, it's increased in the amount of volume that it's traded. But today, the top is popped, 58.5 million here. Now, 13, I know I'm kind of stealing all of this stuff here from you, but if you can elaborate on it or confirm or deny what you're seeing, that would be great. We were just talking about Telomere here with Mark, and my only warning that I have for this, the company straight up needs cash. They burn cash every quarter. They only have $500,000 on their balance sheet. So that's one of the things we're going to be looking at here. What do you see and think here, ticker TELO?
Well, I think that's great that we're looking at cash positions and seeing that they need capital, because it's one of the first things I look at when I'm looking at these, these low float penny stock names that are on the move. And yes, you're right. It does look like they need cash. However, back in May, they did do an equity sale for RSUs to one of the companies that is a longtime investor with this company. So they raised $3 million back on May 21st. That was after they had already had their Q1 earnings, and their Q2 earnings is going to be coming out next month. So it's not going to show that on the balance sheet yet, but they did raise capital. So excellent point that you brought up about looking at their cash position and how they could potentially do a raise. With this in mind, that they had the $3 million straight equity sale earlier that's not reflected on their balance sheet, I'm less likely to believe that they would do an offering today, because that should take care of them for a little bit longer than today, or whatever this this news that they have coming out. So I'm not saying that they won't do a capital raise, but I'm saying that it seems to me like it would be less likely at this stage with them having raised $3 million a couple months ago.
Okay.
Now, as far as the chart goes, we have kind of held up with this move here, meaning that it got to a certain height and it hasn't broken down yet. We are trading above the 65 EMA on the 5-minute. But if we do lose that, I'd be pretty concerned about this coming back in some more. And it seems to me like about 285 is where that support and resistance has kicked in this morning once we had that impulse move. So we did, get resistance of it, broke above it earlier, when we had the pre-market open, came back beneath it. But we also had a breakout that took it higher all the way up to 379 at around 550 this morning. So if we can hold up at least 285, I think that would be the level to watch for. We might be able to recapture VWAP and go higher. But for me, I think I just wait this one out until we get to the open and see what happens. But if we lose that 65 EMA, the opportunity to trade this, we're going to have to just wait for it to find a bottom at that point.
Okay, real good stuff there. 285 to 290 sure looks like the downside level there. 3 is likely going to be important. I would even throw in 325 there. And then also, I believe that 200-day moving average, sorry, I don't have it on this chart here, but I believe that is at 377, if I recall correctly.
67, you're close.
367. I knew I was close there. Now, we did pop above that briefly in the pre-market, but we couldn't hold above that. So that likely to come into play here again today. Okay, 13.
Real quick with this. I don't know if you have it drawn on your chart or not, but there is a trend line here that we did move over in the pre-market and came back beneath. If you draw a trend line from September 20th of 2024, I'm sure you'll see it as soon as you back out some more. But it goes back to, there you go.
Yeah, let me get rid of some of the, let me get rid of some of these that are making it really hard to see. So you're talking about this peak right here, right? September of 2024?
Yep.
And then drawing it right through these?
Yep.
I'm actually going to get that last one. Now I'm going to extend this.
Yep.
Bingo.
Okay, so looking for this trend line to break. That's going to be the second thing I look at today when it comes to telomere. Okay, really good stuff there with TELO, telomere. Go back to our 5-minute chart here. Next on the list, BZAI. No, it is not affiliated with us. Yes, I would like for us to go public and get this ticker or the BZ ticker, but that's neither here nor there. BZAI, this spiked as high as 7 here earlier. This is trading higher after announcing a $120 million agreement to deploy its hybrid AI platform in collaboration with Starshine. So another AI-driven headline here, taking us from 3 to 7. We're settling here at about 5.5. Your VWAP is at 594. A quick look around the horn on this one, 1.47% of the float shorted there, and that's on 1.87 days to cover. That comes on about 500,000 shares of volume. Today, very much like telomere, we are exponentially above that at 31.3 million. Float here just shy of 60 million. What say you, 13? Yeah, so this is the first AI IPO of 2025. So when you're looking at some of these pieces of information, like let's say the financials, for example, forget all the stuff that happened prior to the most recent quarter earnings, because that's from a different company from another time. This was it had the same ticker, but it was back from like 2006, 2008, something like that. So just wanted to point that out when we're looking at the income and the balance sheet for this. we need to know we're looking at the right information. And when we look at the information of the income statement that they just had, they lose 147 million last quarter. Looking on their balance sheet, they only have 45 million. So what do you know? They're going to be doing an offering, and we have a Form S that was filed earlier this morning. It's a prospectus, but they're looking to sell over 20 million shares of common stock, and that's going to dilute their shares. So that's the thing I'd be concerned about. I don't know how much higher we're going to go with this before that offering comes out, but we have recaptured the 65 EMA after briefly losing it, so it looks like it is trying to turn around. The next step is to recapture VWAP, and that at $6 level might also be a little bit of a resistance area as well. So need some more volume to get through the $6 area and recapture VWAP. That's what's going to happen here today. The pre-market high is $7. We recapture VWAP. I would be looking at that high next, but just be careful with this one because they have that offering on the table.
Yeah, and to me, this one just kind of feels like a technical trade. This is definitely one that we would not overstay your welcome on. We've talked about some of these really kind of risky, big movers recently, and these are not necessarily something that you should hold overnight. Play it however your risk allows you to play it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just saw that Jay Rice was mentioning one of the battery plays, and we had a discussion about battery plays. I think that one that he mentioned is one of the ones I was looking at.
You're talking about EOSC, right?
Yeah, maybe it isn't one of the ones I was looking at. But ever since we had some of those headlines yesterday regarding the graphite tariff on China, and then China also shutting down that lithium producing mine by order of the CCP, I thought, okay, well, it seems like domestic production in the U.S. For batteries is really getting a boost here. So don't know if you or if you're catching all that, Jay, but if that's what you're seeing, let me know, because that's kind of what I'm seeing here with all these recent occurrences.
And yesterday, this actually had a pretty interesting day yesterday. Pretty volatile as it pulled back from 520 to 5 and then ramping a little bit more here today. 6th level definitely coming into play on this one. Let me see the news here. This is from yesterday. They announced the date for their earnings. They confirmed it for Wednesday, July 30th after hours here. So that's 12 days away. You might have to, if you're going to trade this one, especially if you're going to swing this one, factor that binary event into your trade plan. I'm curious to know how you're going to trade it. Are you going to hold this through earnings? Do you think this might be a big pop through earnings? You folks let me know how you're going to do this here. Quick look around the horn on this one. 83.06 million shares in the float. On average, the stock trades plenty, 13.3 million. I have no short interest reading here because I don't know why it's not calculating this. I have 84.89 million shares held short. And a float of 83 million. Something seems off there. Anyway, very, very highly shorted here. Jay, I think you were saying this was a short squeeze. 32% short play on battery tariff. So, okay, so my calculation is it just needs to be divided there to get the correct percentage. But still, very, very high. We're popping here again. Here's what it looks like on the daily chart. This has actually been a pretty good trade recently. We'll see what happens here. We can get up towards 7, maybe even higher. Okay. Next, what?
Thanks, Jay. He was saying this. It's the reason why QuantumScape went up this week is that battery news. No, I thought QuantumScape went up ahead of that, but maybe I'm wrong there. But we're seeing this similar thing. So graphite stocks, battery stocks, lithium stocks, as long as they have some kind of manufacturing or production capacity in the U.S., they're not going to get hit with tariffs. Those are the companies that I like for U.S. battery production. Speaking
of graphite stocks, Jay's little EAF.
Oh, that's one of them.
That is one of them here. It looks like 120, one of the key levels there for EAF. Okay, good stuff. Let's keep moving through here. We just got a couple more. I know that there, really quickly, I'm just going to touch on this. I know that there were a couple of people in our ecosystem trading and holding TDTH. This was a junky penny that really started to move. TDTH, this again had news from Wednesday here. Trident Digital signs a public-private partnership with the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to launch nationwide Web3 digital ID systems called DRC Pass. This stock moved from a penny stock to graduating to $1 here, and it sure looks like this is going to punch above 134. So, or it's going to try to at least. So the only reason I'm bringing this one up is because I know that there were several folks here that were trading this recently. So this one's going. Do you have any thoughts on this 113?
That seems like a massive privacy issue. Just kind of off the top of my head here, we're using Web 3.0 digital ID system. So what is this going to just have cameras around that uses blockchain to create a profile on people? I don't. This is the first time seeing this, but right off the top of my head, the first thing that comes to mind is, wow, we're just going to start scanning and identifying people, kind of like how they do in the CCP. That's just the first thing that comes to mind. I don't know if that's the case with this or not. Maybe I'm completely off base on this, but yeah, the DRC pass. Okay. Anyway, I don't have an opinion on this. It looks like this got some short interest, 11, almost 12%, 1 day to cover. What's the financials look like? I have no read on a quarterly. Let's look at the annual. Loses money. How about that? $8 million lost last year. Almost no cash in the bank. Hardly makes $500,000. Good luck.
Good luck. Okay. All right. Next one here that was on the movers list. I know mine kind of blanked out here, but here's the next one that was on that list here. This is MEIP, MEI Pharma. MEI Pharma shares are trading higher after the company announced a $100 million private placement with plans to use proceeds to launch a Litecoin treasury strategy. Where's day trader? Yep. Litecoin. So we're going to put this in the altcoin theme. This is a biotech that's now entering the altcoin treasury theme here. One of the things that we've discussed about these, and I actually have another news article here real quick. These don't always end well, so be careful. Remember LQR? Yeah, well, that got crashed 62% after doing something like this. That article's in the chat there. So just understand what the risks are here. Nonetheless, that's the news. We did pop above 10 here. Quick look around the horn on this one. 0.09% of the float shorted on 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 29,000 shares. Again, ghost town. Ghost town here on this one. If you're going to trade this here today, please be out of it today. You might not have another opportunity if that volume dries up. Float of 5.48 million, just about 5.5. What do you think on this one?
Oh, well, the fact that it's a private placement is nice. It's not going to give you share dilution. It's going to also put a lot of cash into the bank of MEIP. But as some folks are pointing out, Litecoin, I don't know about that. That doesn't seem like the greatest idea. But as you pointed out, we have seen a lot of these crypto treasury names go on a really nice rally, and then they sell off usually the same day. Most of them do that. There's maybe a couple of exceptions that haven't done that. Like I think SBET is one of them.
BMNR.
And BMNR. But for the vast majority of these that are planning, some kind of crypto treasury, these moves don't stick around. I mean, look at SONN or, one of the other ones that we've been trading this week. They most of the time, almost all the time, they just come right back in. And sometimes they'd even go lower from the move. So as far as this one goes, let's take a look at the chart here.
Here's really quickly. Here's an example. LHC, or excuse me, YHC. This is LQR. Boy, why do they use all these different letters? They're confusing me here. But look at what happened. That you want to talk about a rug pull? Jay tried to bust your chops earlier by saying that your son XXII got rug pulled. This, to me, looks pretty terrible here. So just again, know the risks. All right, which one are we doing next here? We did BZAI. You want to do UAVS?
Oh, I was going to just speak on the MEIP chart real quick.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. No, I'm getting ahead of myself.
It's encouraging that it recaptured VWAP. Pre-market high is 1145. We do have some resistance at about 925 that it's coming up to right now. So if it can get through that, I'd be looking at 1050 next, followed by the 1145 high. And, we might get all that. Let me look to the left and see how much what levels we have here. So we are getting into a bit of a supply area from early 2024. But if we can get to, I'm sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong chart. We're past that. So let's see here. We're at 9. We're at the top of some supply from 22.
Yeah, and we're at the bottom here of the range from 2022. When we broke this area to the downside, we back tested it to the upside and could not go through it.
Yeah, and then it looks like if we get through 1050, 1060, that might be there might be a lot less supply to have to chew through, because not too far after that is a gap, a pretty big one too, that goes from about $15 to $26, $27.
Okay.
So that's what I'd be watching for if we get that kind of movement. Otherwise, just be careful with this and make sure you pay yourself on the way up.
Okay, good stuff there. Good breakdown. MEIP. We can just, you know what else? We make good gains on this. Meep, just like the Roadrunner, never been caught. Okay, next here on the list is going to be UAVS. This is going to be AG Eagle Aerial Systems. This is one of those stocks that fits into the drone theme. AG Eagle Aerial Systems, our shares are trading higher after its EB TAC drone received blue UAS clearance from the Department of Defense. And let me just pause right here real quick just to give props. Day Trader, thank you for sending me the link. I did listen to Eric Brock's segment on that podcast yesterday. I wouldn't say that I learned anything new from him. All of that stuff was pretty much already in the thesis, but he did a good job highlighting just the drone aspect business of Ondas and the counter drone and the Optimus and the Iron drone programs that they have. It was an interesting listen, and it shows me that they're doing the right things here. Thank you for sending that over. I appreciate it. Anyway, back to UAVS. This is another stock that fits into that theme here. We popped on this headline here. Looks like we put in a high around 212. It looks like we're actually going back towards that high now. Quick look around the horn on this one. 9.53% of the float shorted on 1 day to cover, and that's on an average volume of 3.14 million. Today we've traded 35 million, and the float's 12.5. So what do you think here, UAVS?
I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but this news could have legs, and here's why. Blue UAS clearance from the Department of Defense is a certification that basically says that it meets all the standards and requirements that make it eligible for the Department of Defense to purchase. So this just kind of, flies the door open to getting military money. That's the way I'm reading this. So we had Pete Hegseth recently mentioned that they're going to be actively pursuing, drone production. This
fast tracking was, I believe, the term used in the headline. Yep.
Yeah. So this is really good news for the company, because that kind of goes hand in hand with that fast track. This blue UAS clearance absolutely needed for this company in order for them to start buying. So I would think that we start seeing DoD contracts coming up hereafter.
Okay, good stuff there on UAVS. We'll see if we get some more launch from that. Did you cover any more of these on the movers list? XPON, SVRE, Windtree? I don't know that we need to cover Windtree. This just moved the other day. There's nothing fresh here. We could probably skip this one. Did you cover anything else that I might be skipping?
I did take a look at NAK, because I saw that was getting hammered this morning. And that's because, and I've been talking about this for a while, the EPA talks did not result in did not get the result they were looking for with the EPA talks. Basically, it's the Biden veto is still in place. They're trying to get this done through the courts now. So we'll see if that's going to have to be the next catalyst with Northern Dynasty. So if that and there's an article that was released yesterday regarding this, so you can take a look at that if you're invested in this or wanting to know what's going on. But they didn't reach a settlement with the EPA, so there's going to have to. They're relying on the summary of judgment motions that are going to be the quickest and most direct avenue to get the veto removed. So that's what you need to watch for next with NAK.
Producer threw that in the chat there. Thank you, producer.
And if we get past that, then I think the Army Corps of Engineers is the next hurdle, because they also had some kind of restriction on that. I'm sorry I don't have better information, but been reading a lot of different things, and this is what I'm trying to remember off the top of my head regarding NAK. So here we are back underneath the dollar with this one. We did wait for some bottoming to happen, and and you can try this again as long as we get that news to come out as well.
Okay, I guess, is this rug pull buyable here?
I just outlined what we're looking for, so I don't think I'd be a buyer quite yet until we get some more clarity on what's happening with that. Now that being said, let me look and see where we're at on the chart here, because we did have a massive tumble, 90 cents. That takes it down here. So that we're approaching the 200 day SMA. Let's see what we get out of the open here. If we come down to the 200-day SMA, which is about 83 cents, that might be a potentially a viable spot. It may still go lower though. So I just want to exercise caution with this thing, because remember, they don't have revenue. They could still do another offering. And yeah. So anyway, just be careful with NAK. I don't think there's a viable bottom quite yet. We are getting close, I think.
Okay.
UAVS is ripping now, by the way.
Okay, UAVS is ripping. Crow, good morning. It's great to see you, boss. Keep sending that positive energy into the trading community. We appreciate you, buddy. VVPR and ABAT, these are both stocks that have been moving on the China battery tariffs. This is a really good mention here. I don't know that we need to necessarily break these down, but these have been on a really nice staircase up. These might be in play here today. Someone else was asking here real quick, what is the news on the MLGO pump? I don't see it here on this. MLGO looks like it's getting rugged a little bit here. It's down 7.5%. I don't have any news on this one.
Micro algo.
Micro algo trade halted, news pending. Did we get no, this is moving, isn't it? I don't know what that news is. Is this still halted? MLGO. No, this looks like this is bid up. What on earth is going on here? This is bid up to, I got 1640 bid that I see right here. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't have anything for this. Let me take a peek here. 13, I'll turn it over to you and see if oh, this is a reverse split, guys. Lex, this is a reverse split. There's no news here. This isn't up. This is down 8%. Did a 1 for 30 reverse split. This thing's garbage. That's what's going on. It's absolute trash. Be careful with this. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just, because there's still some folks talking about batteries and whatnot. Crow just mentioned some battery names regarding the China tariffs. I posted some companies that are involved in the production of graphite, and I also posted battery manufacturers in the U.S. Some are foreign companies, but they have manufacturing capabilities in the U.S. So just also wanted to list those there. One thing in particular, BBU. That is Brookfield Business Partners. That's a limited partnership, but they own Clarios, which is a EV battery manufacturer. So because you can't trade that directly, just thought I'd put that out there as well. So there's a list for you all if you want to take a look at that.
Okay, good stuff. Webcoin says, do you read the chat? Yes, but when I'm asked a question and I'm trying to look at the platform, I'm not looking at the chat at that time. I try to do two things at once. Okay. Sometimes I'm not successful, and that takes me a second here. But yes, I absolutely read the chat. Come on now.
He was just mentioning it because he said it was a reverse split.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I miss comments sometimes. I'm not perfect. I'm sure you all are shocked that I'm not absolute perfection, but it is. It's what it is. Several of you are asking about Ondas. We just kind of mentioned this briefly here. This actually is still looking pretty good. Glenn, if you're out there, let me know if you've got any levels here. We did have this 237 level as one of the fib levels. Worth noting that the next one higher that I have here is 277. And as a reminder here, I've told you, day trader, it's awesome to see that your cost basis on this is under 1. Mine too. I've been holding this for a while. I've sold a little bit on the way up. And as I mentioned yesterday, and will continue to mention and remind you today, I have an open order to sell some more here at 3. That's not going to change based on anything that happens. I'm just waiting for it to hit 3, and we'll raise some more cash on this. Okay. What else do you want to take a look at? I think we can start picking. Well, we got 2 minutes.
We got 1 minute. We got 1 minute left. It's ticking away. So let's let's find that thing to discuss for 1 minute.
Yeah. So really quickly, this is just kind of going around the news. Crow says, note to self, when having an affair, avoid a Coldplay concert. From what I understand, the Coldplay called out some guy randomly, and it turns out he was having an affair, and this was the internet drama yesterday. So Crow, I guess this is good advice here. I can kind of refine this a little bit and kind of help you all out. Don't pay to go see Coldplay. Okay, let's go over to the main workspace here, and we'll get ready when the market opens.
Looks like Open Door is getting a lift before we open here. Keep an eye on that if you're still trading that. I think some folks in the chat were calling for this to go to 10, so we'll see if we get that here. 5 seconds. Let's go. We are open.
Izzy's LAC here on the list. I don't know what happened there. I think I just froze it.
All right. So these names that we were looking at this morning, they're all pulling out of the gate here. Let's wait for that to set up.
LAC here. This was one of Izzy's from yesterday. This actually trading a little bit higher. We were above yesterday's intraday high here in the pre-market, but we were not able to hold that. See what we got here. UAVS at the top of the scanner list here. It looks like that did try to break that pre-market high.
Yeah. TELO and MEIP both lower out of the gate, as well as BZAI. Open Door also getting a pull here too. We'll wait for this to find some footing and see if they can trade better. It looks like TELO is trying to recapture its 65 EMA. So we'll see if it gets going after that. MEIP trying to hold above its VWAP. I don't know if this is going to hold up or not. I don't like the way the MACD is looking. If this does go lower, don't see support until about maybe 680.
Okay. And that is your 60. Your 65 EMA is down here at 611.
Looks like we're getting some movement here with UAVS, new highs. This is looking good. Getting some sellers to come in here around 220.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Tello try to catch 250 level, might find support. Yeah, I see. We'll see what we end up getting with Tello. I'm just thinking we need to wait for that one. UAVS,
American Express CEO, quote, don't see crypto taking the place of fiat currencies, end quote.
They just had, do they have earnings this morning? I thought they did. Or is that next week?
Yeah, AXP. Yeah. AXP down here 1.3%. Given up its prior gain, American Express shares were trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q2 EPS, but we've since gone green to red on that one and kind of turned around. SPY battling here at the 630 level, 629, right? So we did put in a new all-time high here on the open, but we've actually pulled off that high a little bit. Telomere did lose that 285 spot that we talked about this morning.
Open is trying to reach those pre-market highs. 189 is what that value is. Almost there. It looks like there's a large amount of sellers, particularly at $2. It's a bunch of shares just sitting out there ready to get picked up. It looks like we just hit the pre-market high, just a quick pop up there and came back in. Open Door. UAVS still trying to go beyond 218.
XPON, this actually kind of coming off the bottom here. I've got that VWAP at 158, so maybe a little bit more if this can keep rolling. Zach wants to know where you see sellers here for UAVS.
We just took one out right now. That's why we got that big move up. There were some sitting at just above 220.
Yeah.
Next area I have is 230.
You know what's funny is I actually have some old drawings from this light, and they were actually the same style in my broker as when I was trading Ondas back when I was buying it. Interesting. I've got levels at 241 and 269 as your next upside levels there. I also, for the record, had a level at 218 where the stock is literally battling right now. Smoke Tuna mentioning WINT. He had said earlier that one might move here today. Let's check in on WINT. Windtree was a mover from earlier this week. Let's see what it's doing here today. Yesterday, but you're right. So today, curling up. So it looks like yesterday it had a wild pre-market action and then kind of a bummer of a regular session. Maybe the inverse is true here today. WINT.
135, that high later on in the afternoon yesterday, that seems to be the level where it's running into right now. You can see that from about basically the last hour of trading before we sold off, it was running into this 135 resistance area. That's where we've run into this morning. So we get through that, we can start looking at some of these other levels in the morning that it was hitting.
Okay, and really quickly here on Netflix, your poll results are in. We asked earlier, 13, if Netflix should split. We had a split, no split, and not sure. So 62% of you say yes, Netflix should split. 23% of you said not sure, and 14% of you said no split. Again, pretty good participation on that poll as well. I would vote for the split.
Yeah, that's going to make the float pretty massive. Almost so it'll at 422 million shares. Let's say it's 423 because it's almost that. 123 million shares. Even if they did like a split it in half, so that there's 2 for 1. You're looking at like a 850 shares almost. That's
850 million.
850 million shares. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's going to make it even harder to trade, I think. So, but it could still.
All I know is that when a stock is continually doing forward splits, generally they're executing. This company is knocking the cover off of the ball, to borrow the baseball reference. However, it is worth noting, we talked about that 50-day moving average. We've moved beneath it. So maybe if we recapture that, that could be a potential long side trigger here. Netflix down 4.5% on the back of its earnings report.
What's going on with BKSY? Ask Gringo. They had an offering. They announced the pricing of an upsized 160 million convertible senior notes offering. So yes, offering. That's why it's down today.
Yep. Yes, sir. VVPR. This is another one. This was, I believe, another battery play. This is looking like it might take the VWAP out to the upside. Ripple is absolutely rolling. Lion, I know that you're stoked. The tradable ETF here, XXRP, might be tradable here today. This at the highs. Telomere continuing to move lower here, although it looks like it's slowed down in terms of its velocity.
So Tesla having a good day, them being one of the largest battery manufacturers in the U.S.
Remember, yesterday we saw a lot of near-term call buying for Tesla into the down move. And lo and behold, here we go today.
Jay Rice and Lion Alice are both mentioning BTBT. Story trading is all over BTBT, says Jay.
They've been hot recently. Story trading, those guys have really been doing a good job. Here is your BTBT looking like it's going to take the pre-market high right now. By the way, UAVS right back at that 218 level. Boy, I love charting.
Yep, 220 has got the sellers camping out right there. It's getting hit right now. It looks like it needs a little bit more volume than this, but it's chewing at it. There we go. This took a big chunk of it just now. Still not through it yet. There we go. Just erased them. Now 230 is next. VCIG volume again. Up 19%. Let's see. Did they... Y Capital Fund Manager. Didn't we already get this news? Could have sworn we already had that news. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I thought that was something we already knew about.
Several folks mentioning BBAI. I'm sorry we haven't got to this yet. This is, of course, Big Bear. Let's see what BBAI is doing here. Up by 1.82%. Basically gave up its pre-market gains here and trading right back to the consolidation area. UAVS still at that 218, 220 area.
Yep.
More Tesla calls being bought. These are for today. So it's still these near-term calls. Yep. All these are today. Yep.
BZAI all the way down to 200.
Sorry, real quick here before I forget. ALB, we talked about this a number of times with Markets and Mayhem 13. I know that you've been all over this one too. ALB, another move higher today after a really nice day yesterday and some action here on the options as well. Looks like we're getting some call buying here. ALB. Let me filter that and see what we got. I'm really sorry for interrupting you, but I know that we were just talking about this. What on earth is going on?
Well, this is I mentioned earlier about how I didn't specifically say the company, but it's the Zhangyi mining company. It's a Chinese company. They halted production of lithium at their Qinghai province on orders from local government officials. So the CCP, they basically told them to stop production. That is what's causing ALB to go up, because you have one of those big producers, stopping operations. That's going to, cut supply down, likely raise lithium prices. ALB, being a big lithium producer, it's going to benefit from that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got it. Theme me up, Scotty. We got something here. Well, and producer here bringing up a really good point. Options expiration today. So lots of people are likely playing lottos. The big sweeps that we saw here on ALB, all of them lottos for today. Maybe I shouldn't call them lottos. Sorry, but all of these expire here today. They are upside bets.
Excellent.
Tello, maybe we're bouncing here a little bit. So we did break that area 13. We went down to 270, which was the lower end of the consolidation range from the after hours. And now we're trying to bounce. It will be interesting to see if we can recapture our VWAP. We've got our 9 EMA at 296. We've got the round 3 level, and then we've got VWAP at 304.
Well, tell me more, but I feel like this is having a hard time.
Tell me more.
It's having a hard time recapturing at 65 EMA. So if it is not, it's doing better now, but if it can't hold above this 65 EMA and it starts heading lower, be looking at the 200, which is down at around 232.
Love it, Crow. Tello, been adding on the dip. Let's halt, baby. Crow, isn't your Benjamin buddy short this name?
Your Benjamin buddy?
He'll explain here in a sec. Okay. Glenn, BBAI 836 looks for the current 13-minute candle to close. Glenn, what can you remind me of the fib levels that you have for Ondas again? I know you give them to me all the time, and I know I can never remember them. So I'm sorry to make you double up on work, but I would really appreciate it.
I'm sorry to kind of mention this one, but ABVE had a big move yesterday, and we weren't, really covering that one. Went up to 838. I'm sorry, 383. Get those numbers backwards. It's moving this morning. Just recaptured this 340 resistance area that we've outlined, and it's holding above it. If it continues to hold above it, the next resistance area I see is going to be up at 4, putting it past the 383 high from yesterday.
Okay. Gross says, yep, do the opposite. Okay. Lion says, Ryan, I'm going to add to my Netflix dip. This is a great buy. They just put out great earnings. Jay looking to take names. Jay woke up on the side of the bed where he's going to pound people today. Who's the guy in chat the other day that said Hood was at resistance? New highs have no resistance. Jay, that might have been me. Maybe not.
Usually when I mention resistance, it's because we have a previous level, and we don't have any levels up here.
Were we talking about this return back to the 101, the area that it had carved out and then pulled back and then gone higher? Day trader, I know you asked the other guy, but my levels on Ondas, my fib levels are 280 and 338. I'll take fib levels from anybody. That's just a funny sentence, day trader.
I'm glad we were speaking the way we were on MEIP, because that thing is just looking awful right now. It's I don't know if this is the first or second halt. I think it's the second one, but this is certainly look like it's going to head even lower out of this halt.
Oh my. This is coming right back in. That 615 is your 65 EMA. Ondas, the 200 simple move. What? Glenn.
Overextended. I don't know if it's my favorite word, but I do use it. I will admit that I do use it.
No, his favorite word is not family safe.
That might be true.
Netflix, indeed, it is trying to reverse. So again, here, the thought here on Netflix, what we kind of outlined here prior to the open, let me give you a graphical representation of what we were talking about. Here's your Netflix chart. Here's your 50-day moving average. I would be not shocked if we peaked beneath this and then closed above it. And if that's the case, I think you can pretty much target the 20-day SMA on the upside next. So, all right, this is a nice pullback here. Now, I want to know if you're buying Netflix, I want to know if you're shorting it. If you're trading Netflix, I want to know what direction, where do you think it goes? Ryan, click the chart link I posted. See, so I can't do that because I'm looking at this in Restream and I can't click links. When I click on your chat or your message, it highlights it on the thing. So I actually can't do that. Producer, if you could find the link for Glenn and Slack it to me, that would be brill, as they say across the pond.
Now that's a good one. Thinking about it, your Iron Maiden, I like it. I like it. All right, man. Movers this morning.
What do you call fake spaghetti?
Tell me.
An impasta. Okay, let's move on here. We're gonna keep trying to get people to smile and laugh here. Sorry, 13.
No, I think that'd be a God. What's that game? The one where it's funny. There's the imposter. There's the suspect, and you're walking around a ship. I don't remember. It's been a popular game or popular game with the Gen Z.
You're not talking about Clue, right?
No.
Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick. You're talking about something else.
I don't think Gen Z even knows what Clue is.
You're right. That's right. I'm the boomer. No, you're right about that. That's a good call. CPOP, by the way, this is for you penny players here. This was actually in dollar territory earlier, shook out those weekends. We're testing the VWAP as we speak at 91 cents.
Yeah, thinking about it, a great mention there on BKSY. This went all the way down to its 20-day SMA, and it got support from there. Interestingly, that area was also the high from February of 19th of this year. So pretty nice technical bounce off this, and it looks like it's heading for 25. That's where it seems like the resistance is going to be. You tell me, what do you think thinking about it? And tell me if you think 25 is about where we're going to find some resistance today, or do you think we're going to gap fill?
Real quickly, Izzy, I believe I owed you a register ring from earlier. I was in mid-conversation, so I couldn't start busting out the sound effects. But there you go. Jay trimming more LEU. There you go, Jay. This is what I like to see. This is how we close out a week on a Friday, folks. By the way, PGY, this was the Pagaya that we talked about yesterday, seeing more call activity here today. Let me go back to that. It's running away from me here. Come on now. These are the August calls. Yeah, these are the August calls here. Pagaya is actually up another 7.2% here after the huge move that it made yesterday. PGY. This squeezer, right? This was the "'tis the season to be squeezing" name, one of them. Bingo, 21.5% of the float shorted here. This ripping to the highs.
Bull getting still holding over that $15 level. That's an important area that we need to hold above. We continue to hold above that. We're going to be seeing some breakthroughs of 16, and then I think 18 comes after that.
EAF, that little graphite run or stock that you had talked about that Jay initially brought to us, new highs here as that takes out the pre-market high at 120.
I love it. Let's look at some of these other graphite plays, see how they're doing. That would be NMG. That's up.
Oh my
8%.
God, coin. Sorry.
So NMG is another one that's been having some nice moves since that news yesterday. That's up. Well, it's not up to twice, but it went up to 250. So that's good. So there's when I mean twice, I mean like a 2x. But there's one of them. WWR is another that got up to 80 cents. It came back in. NVX is the other that I was looking at. And that is up 12%. That went all the way up to its 500-day SMA before it backed off. That's just above 180. All these graphite names, they look like they're going to come back in because they've had just a massive sudden rally, but they might start trading a lot better once they cool off a little bit here. I don't know. What do you think, Jay? Because I know that you were looking at some of these graphite names. Those are all the ones I was noticing that had some moves, some big moves yesterday. Seeing some continuation on that.
Speaking of upside runners here, Hood just no chill. This 113, this pounding the highs here right out of the open. Got to imagine Bull would follow that. Guys are mentioning that SoFi printed new 52s here. Here's your SoFi chart. Bang, right out of the open. Good stuff there on that too.
Looks like MEIP is open. Still hanging out. Yeah, MEIP. Still hanging out above the 65 EMA, but need to see if that holds. If it doesn't, it's coming right back to where it began.
Morning, Mike. It's great to see you. Hopefully you're having a great Friday.
S-Bet is ripping, says Mimi.
I don't know that I would call this ripping. It is kind of trading up here. It was stronger in the pre-market and it's reversing now.
Yeah, it looks like if we do get this to continue, 8 to 820 seems to be about where you're going to run into some resistance that might reverse it.
Oh my God, the heart attack rings got upgraded, Izzy? D-Nut? This is up just a little bit. What kind of upgrade did this get? Oh, this is just a price target adjustment. They maintained their buy rating and lowered their price target to 6.
Open
from
is
7.
Open is making new highs. It just took out the big seller at $2, or that seller moved up higher. There we go with Open Door. That's having a good morning after selling off all day yesterday. 220 is the pre-market high from yesterday. So if this continues, we might see that print.
Day trader plus 50% on his main portfolio. I'm assuming you mean this year, right? That is really good. Well done, day trader.
Absolutely. VVPR says Pro Trader. That's pushing up right now, looking for 855. In the pre-market this morning, we got one as high as 858. This thing has it's a little spready. Not too big, but it's kind of spready. What's up?
No, nothing. Sorry, I thought you were done there. Someone is asking if we got news on CCCC. This is C4 Therapeutics. It looks like on Wednesday after hours, we got a 13G here, but I don't see anything fresh other than this. 1.7 million shares representing a 2.5% stake. So this is BlackRock. So that's the only thing I see here. I'm not sure this is anything here today. This might just be trading action here today, right out of the open. Yeah, and Jay, as mentioned yesterday, the call here on open was so actionable and so good. This was a double. This was a double from your call. And of course, as a reminder, you provided some thesis for folks to read into as well. This was a monster. This was a monster. Izzy mentioning Mob. That's another drone name, right? Mobilecom. This booming.
He says, oh, I'm sorry. No, it's somebody else.
Ondas 13 min bullish engulfing. Ondas did kind of reverse here. This actually was pulling a little bit out of the open and now trying to trade back up. I'd love to see Ondas take out the 264 candle high from yesterday. Brad's Adams asking what's going to happen with PLTR. I don't know what's going to happen. I can consult the 8-ball for you if you want. PLTR here sure looks like this is going to reverse. Brad, this one's for you. Let's do it. We haven't done this in a little bit. Let me just do this here real quick, 13. Here we go. Our magic 8-ball, which is going to predict the price movement here for Palantir. Does Palantir continue to trade back down from the 153 handle that it's at right now? Oh, good news for you Palantir bulls. Don't count on it. 8-ball says we're going higher, folks. 8-ball says we're going higher on Palantir.
would like to see a retest of 134 in Palantir.
That would be a significant move down. I'm not sure we get that here today.
Oh, I don't know if about today. Well, I mean, it's not impossible. Look what happened on the 27th of June.
UAVS, by the way, still holding higher here. Actually held that 218 level pretty well. Moved through 220 here to the upside. UAVS still has some strength. I just be careful not to get rugged, but this one's still going higher. EOSC, this is one that we talked about earlier. This pulled back and might now be returning towards the highs. That is, sorry to interrupt you, but Zane is hitting it right on the head. That is a good time to hit that like and subscribe, folks. Really appreciate you all.
TELO might be finding support down around 250. We'll see if this starts to turn around here or not. MEIP might be turning around, although I'd wait for some more confirmation. One thing that I'd be looking at is a recapture of VWAP. And it looks like UAVS is still trying to stay up here, but having a hard time doing it. And the volume's starting to wane.
Tesla here, second leg up, and also seeing some more call chasing here. Now it looks like they're moving to the 327.5 strike here. EOSE calls back to back right there. That's a sweep of 500 contracts and a sweep of 750 contracts. Those are the four. That's got to be people taking gains. Those were leaps, January of 2027.
Here we go with more highs and open.
God, the winner that just keeps on winning. Pro Trader Key saying Tello is holding down 250. Could it return back to 3? You know, I think that you're onto something here. I think that this can hold a support. Oh, actually, it looks like it just gave it up there as we were talking. Yeah, I think at this point now we're going to wait out this 232. Here's my thought on Telemere, especially after the huge pop that it had. I've been watching this stock since I bought 100 shares back at $4 months and months ago, just kind of watching it. It went down to $1.20. I was like, whatever, no big deal here. Let's wait for this to confirm. Let's not try and front run at any of those bounce spots here. Let's actually wait for this to confirm whether or not it's going to hold in there. There's a ton of action, a ton of volume being traded. This has made pretty much everyone's list here this morning. Let's not become a hero here on Telemere.
Open is approaching the pre-market highs from yesterday. That would be 220. It's currently traded up to 215. We might even get a move up and through that. This could be another scallop move.
Markets and Mayhem, good morning. Another fried day. I like that kind of fried food is on the menu for today. You'll have to let me know. Good to see you here. Hopefully you're having a great one.
Yep. Good to see you, Markets. And it looks like we have MEIP still trying to get a lift here. Not through VWAP yet, like I'd like to see. But we do have a bit of a downtrend line we can draw. See if we can end up clearing that. So we get through that, which is just slightly over VWAP. That might indicate this is trading a little bit better.
Tesla highs, 330 coming here on Tesla. Netflix tried to bounce and rolled back over. So far, it's holding 12.
All right, let's take a look at some of these other battery plays.
Fahad says, that's it. I retire with open, baby. Hey, man, that's pretty sweet. Enjoy your retirement, boss. Hopefully we still have you keep showing up here, though. Love to see people making money, folks. Just giving you a register ring and a Chewbacca roar on general principle at this point.
Just waiting to see if we get a move here with BZAI. It's been getting support from the 200 EMA, but has not been able to recapture VWAP yet.
Izzy saying Amazon pull. Izzy, is that Amazon 224 level? Is this viable for a scalp here, Amazon? Looks like it held 220. Is that 224 to the penny? It is. So far that held here. Let me know if this is a possible entry spot for a scalp higher, Amazon.
Bull is moving up to some of the area where it was getting rejected. So all morning we've been up in this 15 area, and there's been sellers stepping in to pull it back down. We're trying to move through this right now. The high of this session is 1539. We're making our way up there now, so let's see if this holds this time.
Good morning, Fairchild. Fairchild announcing himself with the Coldplay stuff that seems to be floating around everywhere.
Yeah, looks like Bull's trying to get up over 1539, and we had a 1542 high in the after hours yesterday. So clearly an area that has some sellers. Clearly a resistance area.
The amount of winning this morning already prior to 9 o'clock in the morning, really impressive stuff.
And not very many, big movers either, but still plenty of wins.
VVPR. So interesting. So another 850 test there. We peaked above, but couldn't even close that 5-minute candle. Watch for this maybe to hold VWAP, return to 850. I didn't have this pulled up, so I'm not sure what the level 2 looked like. And by the way, what I did have pulled up here to watch the level 2 was UAVS, and it looks like that might be making another attempt to try and take out that 225. Here we go.
Trying to push through 230.
Yeah, I'm watching here. 230 is where we did peak above that, but on very, very low volume. It looks like 230 got a refresh seller in there. We'll see if they hit that again here as this trades up. Charles says Charles, does this make 4 15K days in a row for you? Because that's some register ringing if I've ever heard one.
That's a hot streak, Charles.
That's a hot streak indeed.
Oh, thanks, E-Rock, for mentioning BKSY. This is one I think I was mentioning earlier about it getting bought. That's still coming back up. We're still looking for that 25. See what happens at 25. We're $1 away now. Thinking that we might see some sellers step in there, but would be great if we just absolutely gap filled this entire move today. That'd be fantastic.
UAVS still continuing here. It looks like it's going to try this. Volume is starting to look pretty good. Fairchild says, funny they thought they were faster than the speed of light trying to hide it. I don't know either of these two individuals, but I can say with 100% certainty that in that moment, the last thing that they were thinking about was the speed of light. They were like, oh shit. What do I do? What do I do?
Bull just hit that after hours high from yesterday and the regular session high, made new one, 1544. It's backing off of it now. So we would like to see $15 hold. If it does, then we can look toward more higher prints from there. But $15 has to hold, I think.
Markets and Mayhem, this is worth reiterating. Once again, ALB and ASPI, both of those names on that lithium theme. And as a reminder here, ALB, multiple 6 different upside call sweeps here, all in some pretty good size. Most recently here, we had one that expires next month, 877 contracts bought at the 85 strike. Spent about $250,000 on that trade. This is a great call, Markets. Sorry.
Open popping. That's up to 229 right now. There's a big seller in the way at 230 and another one at 240. UAVS also made a new high, 237. It's backing off of that now, but not breaking down. Breaking down is TEL low. That lost its 200 EMA. We're still in this 5-minute candle right now, so watch for a recapture, but there is clearly a seller trying to push this down.
Yeah. Like I said, I suspect that there are a lot of bag holders in here. We'll see if we can recapture this 232 here. And again, as I had mentioned earlier, let's wait for this to confirm instead of trying to front run some of those curls. UAVS, congrats to anyone playing for that high of day break. We did snap that 237, your new high of day there. We're clearing out ranges here. UAVS, that volume candle looks awesome.
Soundhound
moving with this or just on its own?
Okay. It's on its own. It's much higher than it was today. I'm sorry, than it was yesterday. We only hit a high of about 278, 279 before we sold off, and didn't really we closed at about 260. They was having a hard time recapturing 260. There was a big seller in the way there yesterday, but in the after hours and in the pre-market, we were moving up higher, sold off out of the gate, right back down to that area where we were getting resistance in the after hours, propped it back up. Now we're looking for a break of that 1311 session high.
I'm going to share something here with the group real quick. Zach McCracken is mentioning that the UAVS volume really drove this higher, and volume really tells the story. Some of you might not know this was before 13 was officially added to this show here, but 13 used to be our meme guy, and here's an oldie but goodie that 13 created for volume.
Oh, geez, that one.
Yes, sir. So indeed, we are getting some of that vibe there. Sorry, 13. I had to. I saved that one for a reason. I've been waiting to bust it out for a while. So there we go. Massive volume there. UAVS new highs again, 237. We might challenge that one more time here. Maybe even more than one more.
Well done, Line. He's closing part of his position with open. That hit a high of 229. Kind of backing off of that right now. It looks like there's some support coming at 215, but just be careful because we could see the sellers chew right through that.
Netflix here approaching a 1200 test here. Mike. What are we doing here with Netflix? Where's the buy?
What day is it today? Mike.
That's right. That's right. Netflix at the lows here. I'm still interested in anyone's trade plan on Netflix. I do think a dip and recapture of that 50-day is probably going to launch it. Remember what I told you earlier, 13, shout out to you. We were identifying this yesterday. When it loses the 50-day and doesn't reclaim or recapture it in short order, the 100-day actually makes the next downside target there.
Yeah, the thing that I was mentioning yesterday, this is interesting that we're getting it now, was when we lost the 20-day SMA on July 10th, and it wasn't able to recapture that, and then we had the earnings where it indicated that operational margins were going to be lower the next quarter. I was like, okay, well, that might be the thing that takes it lower. Here we are losing the 50-day SMA. I think I gave levels of where I thought this might go to. Now, I'm short-term bearish in this because this has had a massive run. So this cooling off, this downside that it's experiencing, I think it's healthy, especially if you are bull and you want this to go much higher. This is what needs to happen. And I think that, once we get down to maybe around like 1150 or 1165, you might see some better support kick in. But this cooling off totally needed to happen. And I still think this will go higher. It just needs this, this move down first.
Okay, here's what it looks like on the daily chart. Lion here saying that the 1200 level is going to be strong support. Indeed, that's true. That doesn't mean that it can't break. It also doesn't mean that it can't break and get recaptured in pretty short order. So I'm curious to see where Netflix closes here. Pro Trader Key saying free fall Friday for Netflix. I love the alliteration there, boss. I absolutely love it.
BZAI making new session lows, as is MEIP.
Telomere maybe trying to bounce. Don't get faked out on that one. Wait out a couple of pennies and wait for it to confirm if you want it. Here's your BZAI. This also looks like a free fall. Netflix is taking Spotify with it. Jay, let me ask you, where that is a really good connection. Where are the buy spots for you on both of those names? Give me levels. Netflix and Spotify.
Spotify is riding its 50-day SMA for, yesterday and today. To me, if we lose that, there's support that should happen at about 675. I'm not saying that that's where the bottom is, but that's the next level of support. After that, I like 650.
Okay, UAVS pull right back down to that 218 level. Let's see if that's done or if it firms up here. Grats to anyone that hit that on the break higher. Smoke Tuna, first of all, before I get to Tuna here, TDTH, this is one of those battery plays. This is one of those battery plays, I believe. And also, this thing was a penny. This thing was like 30 cents last week. And here we are, 142, massive move, TDTH.
Smoke Tuna, we had two this morning. It was Tello and MEIP. I mean, I think we had one yesterday, but they're not 100% runners right now.
Tello is up 107%.
Oh, I thought I have mine as or maybe it's just.
Oh no, yeah, now sorry, and I actually just lagged up my platform there. Yeah, it looks
should
like
be
it's
85%.
Yep, sorry.
Amazon going red. Healthcare just crapped the bed. Well, call the orderly. Sorry. UNH breaking away below support.
Put UNH up here. Pro Trader also thinks that Netflix possible swing long here at 1200, especially if that holds there. Here's going to be your UNH chart, although I'm having trouble resolving it. Let me see if I can force this. There we go. There we go. Oh, indeed. And actually, your next level here, let me turn the volume off here. I think your next, you could probably have one here at 269. Nice. Also, maybe 250.
Yeah, 250 certainly. 270. I see your 269, 270 area. To me, if we continue to go down here and we hit 270, I could still see it losing 270 and heading even lower. It would just be a bearish scallop. So that's certainly a possibility, unless there's some news that comes out that turns this whole thing around. This is not looking great. Telomere, on the other hand, is trying to recapture its 200 EMA on the 5-minute. And MEIP is about to have a date with its 200 EMA on the 5-minute as soon as it gets out of this halt. And this is what we were saying about these crypto treasury names. And I think the chat was on point when they were talking about Litecoin, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Why would they do that? Why that coin? And it's one of the worst ones. I think that was a pretty good assessment, because look at what MEIP has been doing all morning. Nothing but down.
Okay, Jay, I love this here. Jay saying, I'm lightening up a lot today. It's monthly expiration. After this week, it's usually weak and seasonality. Now, I saw strong seasonality for the market up until the end of July here. But yeah, it's a good point there on the option expiration. The other thing is the moves that we've had here have been good. So I think booking gains is probably the smart thing to do there. Tuna, I have not looked at the Tuna AI signal here today. I'll tell you what, it doesn't like my VPN at all.
You do not restrict the Tuna signal.
Yeah, see, like right now I can't log in because I have my VPN on. So figure that out, Tuna. Allow me to log in with my VPN. You don't need my IP.
Bigabees is all over SBET. He has been, and it's over 39 now. Big recovery in SBET. UAVS says Zach. This is down at VWAP right now, and I'd be a little concerned about this losing VWAP and heading lower. And if it does, I'd say 180 is the next interesting area where we might be getting support. Maybe 190 might come a little bit sooner, but 180 looks a little solid to me. VVPR just recaptured its VWAP. This might start to move some more, maybe even take out the session high of 863.
Circle here, a huge reversal on that opening bell pull here. This now 261, also seeing some call buying on Circle. This might be driving it towards 300. That was our high here. And yes, Izzy, that was a good call on Amazon. Recall, I was asking you if 224 was buyable for a scalp. We're 273 now in a 273 handle, so that did not hold.
SBET pre-market high, I'm sorry. Yes, pre-market high was 40.68. We're beelining for that level right now. Uber under.
God, SBET, what a move.
Yeah, no kidding.
What were you saying on Uber here?
Just was reading what Izzy had said. Uber under left parenthesis, right parenthesis.
Oh, 90. That's if you do shift, that's.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
See why you shouldn't caps lock? No, I'm just kidding.
No, you should not be kidding. You literally should not be on caps lock all the time. I've said it a billion times. Anyway, Uber here breaking down from that trend line and also below 90. I still think this pullback is buyable. Give me mid 80s on this one. Reagan era entry on this one.
Let's see here. Do like that 50-day SMA. That's going to be at about 88.91. Last time we hit the 50-day SMA back in middle of June, we bounced off it and bounced off it healthily. So might see that, might not, but that's what I'd be looking for is support from the 50. If we don't get it, then I'd be looking, towards the last time it was on the 50, which is down towards 82.
Mazrur asking about Cores, CORZ, saying, can you have a look at it? It crashed after the deal with CoreWeave. We looked at this. We looked at this every day, including the day that this happened. This was a sell the news event.
Interesting that it has a golden cross now. Let's see if it can hold 1250. Let's just see what happens there. We'll just see. Let's see what happens at 1250. UAVS is defending $2. Oh, it knifed? Oh, yes, it certainly did. What happened with it? What's the news? That's usually an offering knife. Is it an offering? I don't see anything yet. Maybe they're just a bunch of sellers, dropping shares all at once. Right down to the 65 EMA, though. Almost hit it, just like I was looking for. Now will it hold? That's the question.
What email did I use for your Tuna AI thing? Tuna, I'm sorry, man. I can't do this right now. I'm logged out. I can't remember which email address I used. I don't know what my password is. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
The password is password. Christoph, thank you. Yeah, profit taking. Okay, you guys are hitting it. All right. Market pull all around. Open might, that certainly had a pull. That got some support from VWAP. That could definitely turn around if this VWAP holds. It looks like it's trying to right now.
I don't even know if I would say that the market pulled here. It just kind of drifted lower. Here, let me bring up the SPY chart here.
Oh, it is. It is consumer sentiment.
Oh, so we did get that Michigan consumer sentiment print. That's the one piece of data that we were actually waiting for here today.
That data came out and we accelerated to the downside, losing 628.50 in the process. That was a bit of a support area.
So Michigan consumer sentiment for July, 61.8 versus the 61.4 estimate. Michigan 1-year inflation expectations for July, 4.4 versus the 5.0 prior read. That doesn't sound bad.
It looks like 2750 might be the next support area in SPY. I'm looking at the some of these levels from yesterday around noon. We pulled off at about noon and then broke out a bit 2 hours later yesterday. Just something I'm looking at here on the 5-minute chart.
Market definitely weak across the board. Dow, Qs, SPY, everything kind of coming in a little bit. Nothing crazy, but coming in.
That's okay. We have all day still. We can wait.
Oh, thank you, Tuna.
Slow rotation fade to small cap. So you're seeing some moves into small cap. This is like a small rotational fade. Is that what you're saying, Jonathan? It's reacting to some earnings, NFLX. Well, see, here's the thing, Jay. It might have already started that way, but when we got the Michigan consumer sentiment, that's when this acceleration of the downside really started. So unless there was an earnings that came out at 10 a.m., I don't see anything else that would have caused this this drop that we're having here. Now, I won't deny that the earnings is definitely going to play a part in this, but the Michigan consumer sentiment is what got this move going.
Ryan, do I see selling with Palantir? Well, remember, we asked the 8-ball earlier if Palantir was going to go down, and it said don't count on it. 8-ball, no bueno here. More selling. Yes, I do see selling here. Let me see if the options are telling us anything here on Palantir.
Okay, you know what? This is interesting. Let me just...
really?
Okay, so let's see. Plotting the IWM. You see the IWM breaking out. So for me, it's kind of breaking down right now, the IWM. But what's interesting about if we are seeing some rotation into IWM, I think that could be, and maybe we could even be seeing some rotation into KRE. I think Market Mayhem was also speaking on this, or maybe it was somebody else. I'm not 100% sure, but
it was. He said we saw large flows in the KRE yesterday. You're correct.
Yeah, because we're gonna start getting earnings reports from the regional banks. I think we get a lot of them next week. So there may be some bullish expectations with that, seeing as how we're getting a rise over the past couple of days in KRE and I believe also the IWM. Both of which have a lot of regional banks. UNH down more bad. Getting mentions on Bull. That's come in to 15, getting some VWAP support here. Might still go lower before it turns around. UAVS trying to turn around, still between the 65 EMA and VWAP. VVPR, this is this going to halt or is this just... Well, anyway, VVPR with a big knife through VWAP and the 65 EMA. Doesn't seem like it's on a lot of shares, so no volatility halt, but it is a pretty good move.
Sorry, I had to answer a question there on the side. Telomere here tried to bounce and retake that 200 EMA and was rejected. So Tuna here saying, Tello, do not touch this from this point unless it does steps up on the price and makes higher closes. I would completely agree with him. I would really love to see this get above and then maybe take out some of these other moving averages. Fahad says, do you guys talk about crypto or no? Yes, we absolutely do, but we do not actively trade crypto names like we're doing here with stocks. Some of our chat members do, in fact, do that while we're on the air here. We will often look at crypto. We talk about crypto all the time, but you're not going to see us trading, coins here. You could if you wanted. That's not my jam, though. I'm a hodler when it comes to Bitcoin. Lion Atlas yells at me every effing day to buy and trade crypto, and I just ain't going to do it. I'm going to hodl it. So we don't trade that here, but yes, we talk about it often.
We do provide some pretty good insights and pieces of information, but as Ryan said, we do not effectively trade that. We do trade a lot of the companies that are moving off of crypto news.
Oh, yeah.
We will certainly do that. But unfortunately, we can't provide any trade insights for the crypto itself.
Ray says up 2K on his OKLO swing and just sold half. What a great week.
Absolutely.
Love hearing it. This has actually been a really, really awesome week. No BS. UAVS, by the way, bouncing off of that pull, trying to take out 2 here.
Yeah, but this is starting to form a bit of a bear flag here. So I think I exercise a little bit of caution on this. Now, if it recaptures VWAP, then I think that we're kind of nullifying that. But if we cannot get back above VWAP, then I think that we're going to test that 65 EMA again, maybe even fall through it.
Crow, take care of yourself. You out early here. Have a great weekend indeed.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the beer.
Yeah, take care, Crow. Fahad would like to know if we should position for short-term pullback.
On crypto, I think, because that's what he was asking about before. I got a really boring opinion on this. No. Again, hodler, don't actively trade that. Just wait it out. Add on dips. If you're trading it, I would use whatever technical analysis that you also use on stocks. And I'm sorry to punt on that. Learn with Moses asking me if the weight bench is a decorative piece or if I actually use it. Yes, I do actually use that. I store my curl bar on it, and then when I use it, I bring the bench bar up from the floor and put it on it and lay on the bench.
Yeah, he's not just making gains here in the market. He's making gains. What room is that?
I do admit, though, I lift less during golf season because I really don't want my arms to be tired when I'm swinging.
So more
in
leg days.
the winter, when golf courses start to close, I start to lift more.
So he does a lot of leg days. Fahad was referring to U.S. stocks, not crypto.
Joe is asking, you guys never buy puts or short stocks, but rather wait to go long? I never short, correct? I do buy puts occasionally, but I am unabashed a long bias trader.
Yeah, I usually do that too.
The only thing you see hanging on the weight bench is the towel that I use to wipe myself off and clean myself up when I'm using the damn weight bench. Come on, guys.
So Fry was just asking if we think that we're looking at some short-term bearishness in U.S. stocks, and well, we did make a new all-time high today, didn't we? But it's hard for me to say that we're going to come in too much, because look at these bounces. We had a massive red candle on Tuesday, only to have it get taken out yesterday, and we had a massive reversal the day after. So I don't necessarily know if it's the right time right now, but I think we're getting pretty close. What do you think? Do you think now's the time to start going short?
So are you asking me, or are you asking
You.
the group? So I can make a case here that a pullback, like a regression back to the mean, would be something that's tradable. I'm just not sure I have enough signs to see that. You're talking about the broader market, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I have enough. Like here, let me bring up the SPY chart. We can outline both cases here and what I think would be a smart move on that.
Okay.
Here's what we're battling with, right? We've really been kind of trading sideways. It does look like the market is trying to push up out of this range. Not sure that I would short into that. I think if we were to break this 20-day, I could see us testing some of the 613, 605, and then maybe even the 50-day down there at 600. But I'd be waiting for this. What we've learned here is you really don't want to short a dull market, right? So the fact that we're trading sideways here, that's not enough for me to trigger any type of short. And just to be technical here, I would not short it. I would buy puts to gain short exposure there. But what I'd be looking for more here on the broader market would be a snap close beneath that 20-day. That to me seems like we'd set up some more downside.
Yeah. So for me, I think it's going to depend upon what we get for the next 2 weeks, because the next 2 weeks are going to be pretty important in terms of not just earnings, but economic data and other occurrences. Like we're having the FOMC rate decision later this month, the final week of this month. We're getting existing home sales, new home sales. We're going to be getting GDP, PCE, jobless. I'm sorry, not jobless claims. We are getting that, but BLS jobs report. On August 1st, which is 2 weeks from now. So we have the FOMC meeting, and then right as we have the FOMC meeting, we're getting all the data, all the data points that all those FOMC members look at to make their decision. So I'd expect there to be a lot of angry Truth Social posts after that decision, and as more of that data gets released in that final week of July.
Okay, well, right now we have a series of happy Truth Social posts as Stephen Cole Bum got canned. Real quick, your question here, Shady, is this Shady Wadey? I like that. Ryan, it makes sense. So my big thing here is that if I tire my arms out, I feel like I become lazy on the swing and I just start spraying shit all over the place. That's and that actually does run around here. Caleb asking, Ryan, do you see NVIDIA pulling back to the early morning highs? Let's take a look at the NVIDIA chart here real quick before I go back to my main workspace. The early morning highs here. So you're basically saying, do I think that this bounces and then goes back to the highs? I would say that that's possible. I don't necessarily think that I see it. We did see a number of bullish NVIDIA call buyers early here today. That has since dried up. I would imagine those positions here are offsides.
There was something that I saw that I wanted to bring up that was mentioned. Jay saying, I do. We are 35% since April. Market needs a rest. I mean, I can see that. Absolutely. And I agree. We have been on a massive move up since that April 7th from Liberation Day unwind. Some names, I mean, we were talking about this earlier on this show earlier this week. Some of these names have gone over 100%. It's crazy.
Thank you, Tuna. Did get me in here. Tello continues to break down. That call was really good too, by the way.
Joseph Schmo saying, I don't know what you're referring to about Colbert.
His show was canceled because he's unsufferable and not funny. Caleb here is saying, I agree. 2-week bullish run. I expected a small pullback today. We actually discussed this yesterday too. Not only does that pullback make sense, but it's actually healthy and what you want to see for another move higher on that. So, I mean, look, as long as NVIDIA really doesn't break down in reverse, I think you're probably set up to go higher. I just don't think today is the day.
I mean, where do you see support for NVIDIA?
Here, let me go back to my bigger chart here. Let's pull up the daily here. Well, first of all, a really decent pullback level right in here is going to be 160. We actually have the 20-day moving average literally testing that right now, and this was a former level that we had to break out at. So I think this could probably catch the price.
Okay.
That would be a first one. The other thing is here is we have this little gap from the Monday to Tuesday candle. We got news on those chips here. Maybe it tries to bounce in here at 165. I wouldn't necessarily trust that unless it was just a short-term trade. Rather, good Lord, Ryan, I'd rather see this pull a little bit more. 160, I think you could probably take a stab at this.
Yeah, I mean, here's another example of the run we were just talking about. NVIDIA up 100% off the April 7th low.
No, it's okay, Zach. We all have our own opinions. That's and comedy's very, very subjective. Lion, take care of yourself. Great week here this week, Lion. Enjoy that weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
But yeah, Call United, you're right, up 100% since in April. Yep. Calm, seeing a lot of buyers.
Calm, Cal Maine, the egg guy.
Yep. Let me see what this chart looks like. Oh, okay. We're trying to make our way through this consolidation from the end of last year before we had a drop. I assume that was on the egg scare, the egg price scare.
Yeah.
Looks like 110 is an interesting level that might provide some resistance here, but if we can break through that, 115, 116 seems to be about the top of that resistance from that same time period. So
UAVS, this actually might be a bear flag on the 5-minute. I'd be careful on that one in case that rolls back over. TDTH, this pulled off of its highs earlier, but hasn't really broken down yet.
No, you're right, Claude, or Claude United. It's 3 months, but still 100% in a quarter. That's massive. That would trigger my rule to sell. I mean, if I get that kind of movement in a quarter, I'm taking some profits. Absolutely, even if it is a long-term hold. Absolutely. So, folks mentioning that bull is still hanging out above 15. That's a good sign. Looking for 16 and then 18. Hey, good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Morning. Happy Friday, or Friday, as Markets and Mayhem said earlier. I like either.
Looks like some folks are already starting their vacation because this market really does feel, well, it's also the 10:30. So volume has left the market, probably for the weekend. So probably going to get some lighter trading today, more liquid moves, but it's okay.
Yeah, IXHL here. This is the penny mover. This thing absolutely ripping. Good stuff there, Tuna. 13. Just hang on one sec. I'll be right back.
Sure. Looking at Open Door here. This is come all the way down from that 230 area. Might find some support down around 190. We're almost there. If it doesn't get it there, then probably going to head maybe down to 175. That's what I would think based on the way that it's trading right now. There are some support areas on the way down to 175, but the first is going to be 190, then 185, and then 175. And it looks like we might end up getting all that. Bull pushing up, though. This is trying to take out the session highs up to 1535 right now. 1545 is the session high. Looking to take that out. We're going to get this another bull run here. See what I did there? Is Chewy running? Asks Mike. Let's look at Chewy real quick. Well, let bull do its thing. Chewy is not running. If anything, it's rebounding. This was selling off. It's been selling off since early June, and only recently have we have found some footing where it looks like it could start to turn around and come back up. Now, if we are going to turn around and come back up, $40 is going to be a resistance area. It was a resistance area back in the beginning of the year. It was later a breakout spot in the middle of May. And then on the way back down, it initially was support, but then we broke through it on July 9th. And we're looking to recapture it now. So I would think that $40 is going to be a resistance area in CHWY.
CHWY. Oh, did we start turning around? That's a good reminder. Let me actually chart this on a bigger chart because I've killed this trade recently. I really want to re-enter this. I love this company. I need stuff to work here, though.
Yeah, we were just getting a question if it was running today, and it's not running. I mean, it's up 70 cents off the low from this morning, but I don't think I'd call it running. But it certainly does look like it's trying to put a bottom in and turn around. And what I was just saying to the chat is if that happens, I'd be looking at $40 as a resistance area.
Yeah, to me, 13, it sure looks like this is just consolidating along its 100. Now, a push off of this level and maybe even a retest. You were talking about $40 as a level. Yeah. I've got the 21 EMA at 40.13. So I think maybe a recapture of that probably puts this back in bullish territory. And then we probably have 43.40, maybe even call that 44, and a potential gap fill at the bottom here, 45 and change.
Yeah, you can put a horizontal line at 40 to better illustrate what I'm referring to. I was mentioning that $40 was a spot when you were talking about this trade, when you were taking it from 31 all the way up to 40, and 40 ended up being a breakout area after it was previously resistance, and then on the way back down it was support. Lost that on July 9th, and now we're going to come back up and test it as resistance again. So $40. I think that's the big spot to watch for Chewy. There's a crypto on CNBC. Izzy's flagging CNBC.
It's the deputy crypto secretary on crypto regulation. He's talking with Sarah Eisen. They're showing Coinbase, MicroStrategy, Circle, and Robinhood, all of the players that you would expect. I can't hear what he's saying, though, because I don't have that. Michael Falkender. That's his name, Falkender.
All right, and now is that that's going to be the leader of the regulatory body for crypto? Is that my understanding?
Deputy Treasury Secretary. So yes, I think so. 13.
Okay, so it might be worth a listen, especially if we're getting these crypto bills passed. We did have that Genius Act passed yesterday after the market closed. That's going to Trump's desk. The Clarity Act is one that's getting heading to the Senate because that still has to go through them. So Genius Act, Trump's supposed to be signing that today. Clarity Act, that's going to the Senate. And the Clarity Act is the one that establishes the rules for crypto markets.
Yeah, let me know if he's saying anything that new competition against foreign countries. Let me know if he says anything that's tradable here or maybe, I guess, useful. I don't know necessarily. I don't know what he's saying, so I'm not sure if this is good or bad. Let's take a look at crypto while this is happening, though. Crypto here actually grinding lower, 118 on the futures for crypto.
I'm not saying that it's happening yet, but it looks like BZAI and MEIP are trying to turn around.
Yes, I think Tuna said this earlier. Tuna, confirm if this is something, if I got this correctly here. I think Tuna was saying that given what we're seeing here with some of these smaller movers, it might be prudent to wait for the afternoon to see which of these turns around and then target those, as opposed to trying to target them now prior to their reversals. So maybe some of these that start to reverse, maybe keep an eye on them. Here's Telomere.
Mm-hmm. Yep, a lot of them are turning around, it looks like.
Izzy, he's saying that this cements the dollar as the reserve currency, is the world's reserve currency. You know what? We got to sign. There was a meeting. There was a BRICS meeting. What was it, last month? Where China just didn't even show up.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. BRICS not taking over anything. Book it.
I had a lot. I don't say that the de-dollarization isn't still a desire for a lot of countries. But And there could be something else later on that comes.
Yeah,
up
I have a
later on the
desire
dollar.
to take Sydney Sweeney out to dinner. That doesn't mean shit.
Let me finish my thought, man.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that there isn't some kind of other group of countries that could come together and try to create some kind of currency to de-dollarize with. But when it comes to BRICS, I'm looking at these countries that make up the acronym, and I'm thinking, man, these are just the basket of some of the most corrupt dictatorships that we have. I don't see how this is going to take over anything. You got China and India that hate each other. You have Russia, engaged in wars, and China and supplying them, and Brazil, having problems, and South Africa having. I don't get it, basically. So I don't see how such I don't want to say unstable, but there's a real stability issue with those companies. I just don't see how they create a currency that can legitimately overtake the dollar. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I just don't see it. Oh, India already dropped out of BRICS. I did not catch that. I'd have to look into that.
Oh, no, I didn't either.
That's big if that happened.
Big if true. Miso, by the way, Miso Blast. This is not one that we covered earlier. This is up 23%. This has got to be up on some news. This actually might be curling a little bit here too. Miso Blast. Jeffries downgraded this to hold. After hours yesterday, it reported Q1 Ryosil gross revenue of 13.2 million.
Jonathan, I probably need to consult a little bit more with some folks who are better in the housing market than I am, because I did see that that news. I guess my question to you would be: do you see this as being a driver of more home buying later this year, maybe even next year?
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Izzy was just asking you. He was asking you if UAVS can re-enter. Izzy, right now we are testing the 200 EMA on the 5, 160. Oh, excuse me, the 65 EMA on the 5. I beg your pardon. I got to change this from 2 purples. That's dumb. We're testing this 180 level. This is a key spot here. I would wait for this. In fact, they just refreshed the seller there and pushed it lower. I don't think UAVS has the strength to buy this yet. No.
No, I don't. Not right now. The support that it's coming down to, this 175, where it's about right now, that's going to be the last one, because when we were after the impulse move this morning, that's where the price was coming down to and getting support. So if we lose this area, then I'd be looking at the 200 EMA, which is down around 161. So if it gets support here at about 175, that's encouraging. But if it falls through that, I'm looking at the 200.
Seeing some news cross the headline or across the wire here. I don't know if this is a repost on news. You guys follow this often more closely than I do. Charles Schwab to embrace crypto with spot trading for Bitcoin and Ethereum. So I think what that means is that in Thinkorswim, we might be able to trade crypto much like we do in Robinhood and Webull. No? That's what that sounds like to me. Did anyone else hear that news? I'm just seeing that today.
I have to think that all these brokerages that publicly trade are looking at Hood and looking at everything that they're doing with their financing, their credit cards, their crypto trading, and they're probably thinking, you know what? We should be doing that. And I think you're already starting to see that. You're starting to see it with Webull. Now you're starting to see it with, what was the one you were just mentioning?
Schwab.
Yeah.
Charles Schwab.
You're talking about it now. I think this is going to be something that you start to see among those brokerages. So maybe Interactive. I don't know what Interactive Brokers has for crypto trading, but if they don't do it yet, that could be another one that you'd want to watch.
Petterfee said yesterday one of the things that he sees from just kind of looking at the action across his brokerage, he doesn't see anything ahead here. He thinks the market's going to go higher based on trading action that he sees at Interactive Brokers. Now, take that with a grain of salt. This is one guy's opinion. But that was he said that, I believe it was either this morning or they replayed something from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Interactive Brokers is a good or a bad stock. I don't think they're a bad stock. As a matter of fact, I think they're probably a better brokerage than a lot of other ones. But I don't know if they offer crypto trading. That was what I was saying. So if they don't, then that would be a good opportunity for them. But if they do, then there's another. I wouldn't use them as an example for that trade. Paul, you're saying they are like the brokerages with that allow crypto trading. I agree. They should have been doing this a long time ago. That's why Hood
I completely agree with Paul.
That's why Hood is trading like it is right now, because they've already offered that.
They do. IBKR does allow that. Okay, so real quickly here, UAVS, it is still holding that 180. Izzy, I don't know. Are you still watching this one? We're holding this EMA right here. Maybe it bounces from here. They just brought in a bid.
Looks like Bull is trying to turn around too. It looks like all of these are trying to turn around. MEIP, that's actually making its way towards the VWAP, trying to break through this trend line that we drew. 630 is there was a big seller that we got to take out, and if we do that, we could potentially end up hitting that VWAP.
NASDAQ bouncing here, by the way.
Very nice. All right, Meep, what are you going to do? You going to make a move or not?
Tello might be turning around here. 229, 231, that spot to watch on Telomere. UAVS, 3 cents up off that 180 recapture. It did lose it and recaptured it.
Same with Open Door. That's also trying to turn around here. Got a seller or a bunch of sellers at $2. It's got to chew through, but once we get through there, it doesn't see a large concentration of sellers until about 215. Webble did have a nice turnaround, and it's recapturing its VWAP. Volume isn't that great, but at least it's making some good moves. Yeah, that's that. I think that's true, Jay. I think that's completely true. There was a lot of. We're just bringing up some old bad memories now.
What happened?
He was talking about how Biden was anti-crypto.
Okay, well, I mean, that's in the past at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so.
La, not listening. UAVS, buy it on a later date when it settles for a long. But okay, so that's probably true. But here's the thing. I think for UAVS, we're going to want to watch for potential government contracts, because that news today clears the way for them to receive it. And they very may well. I mean, so they may very well receive contracts quite soon, especially if there's this push to enhance drone production.
Okay, here's the other thing on your UAVS daily chart. Let's see where this finishes here today, because I got to be honest with you, 13. You tell me what you think. This candle looks bearish to me.
On a daily?
Yeah, this one right here.
All right, let me take a look here on my chart. Just adjust it since it's been sideways for a while. Yeah. So number one, let's see what we end up getting when we close today. Two, yeah, that does look bearish right now. We are pretty elevated off this move. Not to say that we couldn't go higher. I think if we're going to wait for some support to happen, it might be somewhere around 150 to 155. I don't think we're going to go back under $1. I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
I see resistance at 250.
Just giving credit where credit is due. Izzy asked right at 180 if this was a potential buy spot. We've bounced 10 cents already. I'm not saying that this is necessarily going to continue, but so far so good, Izzy. And that was a pretty good reversal spot, UAVS.
Jay Rice also mentioning some of the other drone names or defense names.
MEIP, dude, just took out what? That was 642. That was your 15 EMA on the 5.
Yep. Now looking for VWAP next. I have that value at 669, and we are getting there right now. Also, this is breaking the trend line that we drew. So fantastic stuff. Here we go, MEIP. Could mean that we're going to see some reversal in these other names too. Look at Open Door. That's about to hit its VWAP again. BZAI, not quite going yet, but still already had one test of its VWAP. TLO, same thing. Got to get over this 200 EMA first. VVPR, back from the dead, has a couple of really bullish green candles going forward, almost at its VWAP, which is at 794. That's what I have.
Yes,
Big
I
seller,
have the exact same value.
big seller in the way at 8 on VVPR. Also getting a rebound with bull. So a lot of these names starting to come back. UAVS runs on news, but then dies down. This is smoke tuna. You do get a lot of that, and I don't think has been some real significant news since last year. I don't know what happened on June 2nd that lifted it over the 20 and 50-day SMAs, but that was some pretty significant news because it's held above it, the 50.
Real quickly here, SRPT, this is Sarepta, which we talked about earlier on bad news out of their trial. The bad news keeps coming here. Sarepta Therapeutics shares trading lower after a clinical trial participant died in a gene therapy phase 1 trial. This thing pounded 14 on the lows. Now it has bounced 4 points here. I got to think that you got to be careful on this name. SR, look at the staircase down. Look at this.
That's awful, but at the same time, that's not too bad because that's just the phase 1 trial. If this had happened in like the phase 2 or 3,
that
would have been horrendous.
Yeah.
So at least they're getting this early. This is why they do the trials. So I guess that's not great news, but not horrible either. But just not great at all. Open Door back to 2. Looks like MEIP did kiss the VWAP before waving goodbye. Trying to give another attempt at it now. And bull over 15 again after testing the 65 EMA. Dell is looking good. Says Claw United.
Pete, don't you trade Dell? Don't you like this one? Dell, actually, we had a great trend line here from the high of May of last year that we snapped.
Gap. We're in a gap now. We're in a gap from November 26th to 27th. We're in the gap. We're filling it as we speak.
Smoke Tuna says, Ryan, look at the alert page and filter MEEP. It gave a signal, then see what it did. All right, let me try that here. Let me filter. I click on the filter button, right? Yep. Ticker MEEP. Apply.
You know, I do like that some of these movers from this morning are trying to come back, but the volume isn't great. I don't want to tell anybody to do it to how to trade, but just be careful with these because the volume doesn't look like they're going to give too much of a move. They might trade a little bit better in the afternoon when people come back from lunch, but right now it doesn't look like they're going to provide enough or they're going to have enough volume to get the moves that we're looking for.
So, Tuna, this is pretty good. 25 minutes ago, your thing gave multiple alerts here for this turning around on MEEP. And looking at the chart, indeed, this stock did turn around on about that same time frame. I think this is what you're trying to get me to see.
CYCC having a pretty good day, up 43.5%.
Also, Schwab, which we mentioned here, that popped in the pre-market. Looks like they had earnings here today prior to market. We also got that headline about crypto trading. That's actually come back in and given it back. Here's your CYCC. Wow, this is a rip on volume. Did we get news here? No. So there's no news here. This just looks like volume. So if anyone's interested, SPWR now flashing a very similar type of alert that MEEP did. Volume here, this is moving higher here. Volume here is piss poor.
For CYCC, once this halt is over, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a 14 print before we came back in. I'm not saying that this is these candles look really bullish. So I do think that there could be some more upside out of this halt. After that, though, I don't know what's going to happen once it hits 14. Probably will come back in. I don't have any idea what's going to happen after if it hits 14. Open. Here we go. That just blasted through its VWAP. Fantastic stuff. What is CYC saying now in alert? He's Smoke Tuna's.
Yeah, I don't see it on here, but I don't want to speak on it because I'm obviously to quote the Big Lebowski, I'm like a child who's wandered into a movie and has no frame of reference for what the hell is going on.
Donnie, please.
That's not what he says.
He says, Donnie, please.
Yeah, okay, but he also
that's Walter says every time Donnie talks
more colorfully than that.
Every time
phone's ringing, dude.
Yes, well, that's Donnie saying it, but every time that Donnie speaks, Walter is like, Donnie, please shut up, Donnie. You're out of your element.
ALLO also giving that MACD alert here. ALLO near the highs.
SBET returning to its VWAP.
Market zero, dude.
Here we go. Yes, go chat, go. Muad'Dib, you're over the line.
Look, that movie is so good.
So good. On my freaking rug.
Oh my God, that movie is so good.
VVPR still pushing higher. Illiquid moves, but still pushing higher. Got a seller in the way at 831. 14,000 shares at least.
VVPR, this is our concern, dude. We might have some resistance here at 850 if this continues to trade up. It is worth noting, though, that 860, 862 stopped this thing earlier today. I'd still watch 850. Daniel saying it feels like traders went to lunch early. That, or they left the office, or they're just starting the weekend here. Maybe they're watching the open.
Yeah, Daniel, we try to mention this as frequently as we can. We noticed that around 10:30 Eastern, that's when the volume really starts to evaporate, and it just it doesn't get any better until after that lunch hour is over. Some names still may have some good, individual names may still have some moves on their own, but sectors, really aren't moving that well.
Oh, I did want to update real quickly on a stock that we briefly talked about here. Full disclosure, I've been holding this for a while, and I'm like $1 plus under my cost basis. It's like $7.16. The stock's at $6. This is iPower, IPWR, Ideal Power. You can see we made I had said earlier, let me turn the volume back on. I had said earlier when we saw this volume expand and we saw this stock really kind of move off the lows, this is a very, very thinly traded stock. And I had warned you guys not to chase it. To me, it feels like something might be going on here. One of my contacts that knows a lot and talks to the company is actually on vacation, so I haven't gotten an update yet. Yesterday, I was extremely concerned with the way the candle looked as we were pulling back from this 200. Today, though, looks like we might retest this. Watch this if we do get closes above 604. More specifically, if we get multiple closes above 604, I really don't think a launch to 760 is out of the question. And again, I'm holding this for a big piece of news later on down the road. I'm hoping for like a 2-3x on this name. But we're right here at the 200 day. We talked about this before. I told you not to chase it. Consolidating around this 200 day. I kind of like that.
There was a couple of things here. Kevin, have a great weekend yourself. Thanks for sticking around. Ray is asking,
Kev, take care of yourself.
Ray was asking if I see an Okta possible turnaround on the daily. Now, Okta has had a really nice day today. If there's going to be any kind of turnaround, I'd expect that to come once we printed 96.50. The 20-day SMA is right there in that area. The value is actually 96.45. And ever since the price lost that 20-day SMA back on May 28th, every interaction it's had has been met with rejection. It's tried to recapture it 4 different times since June 30th, and it's only sent it lower. So if we are going to test that today, I think that we would test it and potentially back off. If we can hold the 200-day SMA, though, I think then the eventual move through the 20-day SMA is going to be in the future.
Okay. Good stuff there. EAF, that graph name, or the name from the graphite list, excuse me, this now highs here, 135. There's another good mention by Jay in the past.
And how's Tesla doing?
Tesla pulled back off of its highs, but it's right in about the middle of its range.
Some of those other graphite names that I posted earlier, 2 out of 3 of them are doing pretty good. WWR, that's up 22%, and NVX, that's up 14%. Graphite.
Right. 13, it is about time for Anne-Marie. You got
right.
You want to wrap it up here for the week.
Excellent. Yes, folks, we had a wonderful week of trading. Great time hanging out with y'all. Let's do it again next week. We'll find some more movers. We'll find some more stocks to trade. We'll trade them. We'll make some money. We'll just repeat the cycle that we've been doing for a while now. It's been a great time. Enjoy your weekends. I'm going to enjoy mine. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on Monday.
All right, I'll do the dad joke here for 13. Math can get so confusing. 15 plus 15 is 30, but 16 plus 16 is 32. Take care of yourself, 13. We'll see you next week. All right, 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie, who's making me feel good by laughing at my dumb dad joke on a Friday. Anne-Marie, happy Friday. How are you today?
Happy Friday to you. How are you?
We're doing great. We're out here quoting movies, smiling like you wouldn't believe, and making some money. So we got the trifecta rolling here.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I am excited to spend time with us today. I know you gave me some great choices, and I could do something crazy like share my screen.
That would be sweet. Also, I am extremely stoked to see if the memory changes that we made helped. So let's get right to it.
I've had a couple of meetings, and so far, so good.
Hey, I like hearing that. Okay. Now, as you mentioned here, I do have some stocks that I can give you, but what do you have for us first?
Actually, I wanted to jump straight into the stocks that you gave me because they're very interesting in general. And we just have a couple of things really that are sticky points that we might want to think about as we set up through the trade. So maybe the first one we start with is Albemarle right here. It is on a tear. As you can see, it's doing really, really well. Strong upward trend. Is there a particular reason that this was a suggestion for one of the users? Is there something specific that makes them point to Albemarle?
Yeah. So first of all, Albemarle has earnings in 12 days. So we're going to have to factor that into the trade here. But this is moving a lot with the lithium headlines that we've got. So this actually affected more than one company. Albemarle, your best in breed there. Lithium companies are trading higher after the Zhangye mine, a Chinese mining company, halted production of the commodity at a facility in the Qinghai province. Sorry, folks, on orders from local government officials. So there's more talk here about kind of returning the lithium supply chains here to the United States. Again, Albemarle best in breed. This thing really kind of looked like it put in a bottom. So really it's the chart along with some of this supply chain news on lithium that's driving this.
Okay, excellent. So one of the first things that I think is really important for us to notice is what happened after this news got released. And if you let me look at that, notice this is something super important that I like to pay attention to. So news comes out, it's big news, and then immediately we see selling tail. So the question is, what gives? And so we can look to the left and see how important that 80 level has been for all the traders that accumulated inventory here. Some of them who've held since March obviously said, hey, time to take some profit. We do see a couple of big sells floating around in here as a topping formation. So my thought would be with this one is, let's think about a longer term formation with this particular chart. It doesn't have tremendously good seasonality spaces until about the beginning of August, and then it's pretty rocky into the end of October, but it really does start climbing and grinding to the north. So the question is, are you looking for a trade that's going to be incredible, that's going to give you some really dramatic gains? Or are you looking for something that you can go, hey, I'm trading this news? So, first thing I would say is if you're trading the news and the news comes out and then price action fades, there's a problem. Okay, we are holding the floor. It looks really great. It's been really moving up. It could, what Investors Daily likes to call a cup and handle. We could also look at it as an inverted head and shoulders pattern that really gives the price action legs. And so if we go to something like, okay, show me the max motion on a weekly formation with this chart, you can see been all year at 334, assuming there was not a stock, which I could not find as I was looking through this chart. Do you see a stock split in its past?
I can easily consult Benzinga Pro and grab that information for you. The last stock split that Albemarle did was March 2nd of 2007 when it did a 2-for-1 forward split.
Okay, so no splits here. That, I mean, it looks absolutely fantastic, and it's got a lot of runway if this takes fire. So the question is, if you're thinking, hey, I want to do something that's going to give me a lot of runway over time, I would suggest a longer term spread way into the future. We've got rocky action, really. If I look at my seasonality, it's going to be rocky action until about mid August, and then we've got ourselves some motion. So you can do two things. Say, hey, I'm looking really towards forward. This is going to be, listen, if this hits into 2027, and I'm going to take note of it so that we can check it through time. I'm not going anywhere, and we know Benzinga's not going anywhere. We know Ryan's not going anywhere.
That's right.
And so this is going to be potentially what do we have here? A 20 bagger. So, but it's going to take time. And so that's really what we're going to have to stare down. If this chart can resume the upward formation that it's had over time, it's going to be a very big win in the space. Now, if you're saying, hey, yeah, but that's a pretty big outside chance, maybe I can buy a tighter one that comes in from maybe 110, which we can see a lot of folks in January 2027 to 130, same $20, right? That one's going to be 323. I mean, still that's going to be, 8x, so 800% return on this one if you're staring down something for a longer term. If you're the type of trader that says, I can't hang on to a trade for XYZ, I would say probably something to pump the brakes on, because here's what I've noticed. Earnings have started coming out. Volatility has been spiked into earnings, and by and large, the option sellers have been winning. And so that's something to go, right? So you want to think about that. There's a lot of volatility showing up in here. If you want to give it a little room that says, hey, let me go into September and see what it looks like, two things can happen. one, earnings come out and it's essentially a sideways event. It comes down, makes the other handle, and then moves to the north into the end of August and into September. This is our thought process here. So if you're thinking about that, I would take the September contract. We'd want to look from 70 to 80. It's already, well, no, it's 77. So if we look at something that's a little bit tight, we can go 80 to 90, and that spread is $3, but it does give us a reflexive move to the upside. My thought is wait until after earnings to do this. Price action really says that after this stock makes a first run, it is going to pull back into a compression event. And so there's going to be a lot of opportunity to trade this one upside. I would say do it after earnings. If it comes way down to 70, you can buy that 80 to 90. It'll probably be half the price because we're going to have some volatility compression. Okay, so it's not something that you can execute here on. For the others, you can see that they're moving pretty aggressively. I would try to take one, the long one at 140, 160. It's going for 93 cents right now. Try to get it for under $1 and you'll be in good shape. Just put, a closing price there. And then you can do the same thing with 110 to 130. And these are not going to give you, these are going to give you a slow grind to the upside. It's going to make your portfolio very happy over time. If it wiggles and wobbles, it's not going to be a big deal. But come into the latter part of next year, we should have a really big run up into this space that could be absolutely phenomenal. So that's from that perspective. Because I see what's been happening post earnings, the only thing I could think about is waiting until after earnings and then putting on these plays. Before earnings, I would say, you know what, you really are in a coin toss event because there's a fair bit of volatility here and they just don't look pretty from that perspective.
Okay. Couple more things just to consider with this name in terms of the story. This should also see a benefit from increased EV sales as these minerals are going to be used in the creation of those electric vehicles. So that could be something else headline wise that could drive this stock higher. Also, and I think this is far less important, this is your leading producer of bromine, which I believe is the main chemical in flame retardants. So I don't know if that's really going to create any type of story for this, but really good breakdown here on Albemarle, ticker ALB. Anne-Marie, thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, let's get to the next one. Do we want to do CRM or Lulu first?
We can do CRM first. Lulu, I think, is a trade that we can kind of stalk and wait. So let's do CRM first here. We actually had a chat member that took a look at the CRM chart and the options chains yesterday and said, CRM actually looks like a pretty good iron condor setup here. Now, I don't want to pigeonhole you into a specific trade. I'm more curious, what do you see here with the chart and options?
So a couple of things I'm seeing with CRM. Obviously, they're sitting in a very wide range, right? This moves from literally 2022. No, sorry, October 2023, all the way to now. It literally has been sitting between 230 and 318. So almost $100 of motion in between the formation. It does have earnings in September, and it normally has a pretty big spike upward at late August into September and has a pretty good fall. So there's fairly good upside. If you want to look for a short term iron condor, that looks great. We also could talk about earnings a little bit later on, but here's what's super important right now. Here's the weekly chart. We came down into this weekly zone here at 250-ish, and we are bouncing off of this level. My thought is that that eagle eye, whoever thought about this CRM, is seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, potentially 8 weeks of sideways pressure. And that iron condor could very well be something that we could look after. What I would like to look at is how it holds the 240 to 230 area. I've got the 240 area as a strike zone that I would like for potentially positioning long action. So let's see what kind of cash we can accumulate if we use August as our expiration. That's 28 days. The 240 to 230 doesn't give us a ton. And then where would we go to the upside here? We would say 280 to 290. 280 to 290. It only gives us about $1.82 for credit. Now, you could try this in September, and get almost half of the spread. The problem is this is seasonally pretty bullish in August into September, where it lollygags around again. So I would move. You like my term lollygag? It's my Good
I
Friday
love
afternoon
the
line.
term lollygag. Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
So we would have to move this strike price up into 290 to 300. Still a pretty nice iron condor, if you ask me. $4 of a credit. I really like that. Hat tip to the person who saw the range holding right there. What you need to do here as a trader is the following. If you took this for credit, you'd want to set an alert. Excuse me. Let's grab a drink of water from the Yeti mug. Set an alert for 290. If it breaks this, don't even think about it. Cover the whole spread. Just cover it. Because if it gets up to 290 and it closes a day above 290, it's going to move straight through this thin volume of aggressive selling all the way down. It'll take us well up over 300. And then we're going to be sitting upside down in iron condor. Same thing. Set an alert for 240. Just get out when the price hits. Now, for the trader who's a little bit more comfortable with options, you could actually also roll it forward to the next couple of months and still collect some gains. But for the average trader, I would say set your alert. Here, and if it breaches the level, it's to have areas of increased volatility on some big channel somewhere. And he said, I think volatility is going to come in. And I said, so I do not agree with that. Nice for trading, but volatile. So I like the iron condor space here. If we were to talk about long price action, I would say, hey, wait until August the 15th and then go to August 29 and buy yourself the 280, 290s. That'll probably be $1. And then It'll be for 2 weeks, super cheap, but you got to have a time lag on that because you're going to have theta decay here if you buy it now and it wibbles and wobbles for the next 3 weeks or so.
Okay, and really quickly, just to confirm, because I think we're having an internet hiccup right here. That's the 280 to 290 on CRM.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Good
All
stuff
right.
on CRM.
Yeah. What's next?
So let's do Lulu next here, and I'll set this up here a little bit for you. We were first of all, if you look at the Lulu chart, it does look like we're at a support level. I actually haven't looked at it here today, so we'll see what happens when that changes. But one of the things that we were looking at here is that this might be one that we can stock, because when we took a look at the seasonality, it looked really, really good between October 11th and December 9th. And I suppose that shouldn't be any surprise to anyone, as that's the lead into the holiday season, which is when you buy overpriced yoga pants. So to me, that would make a lot of sense here. Really what this comes down to is the chart, right? So what do you think we should do here?
So, great question. As always, you always have great questions. Let's delete some of these drawings, shall we? Yeah. So we can see Lulu is obviously trying to hold the floor, right? I mean, from a weekly perspective, this 226 is very important. And so let's anticipate that if we break it, then we actually recover it. And so if I were a betting man, I would say the moment that it closes over 238, that's the monthly opening formation, it should be telling us, listen, I've got a floor to get to the top of my box. And when it gets to 230, literally the next heavy congestion on the weekly chart is 270, and recapturing and filling through the gap formations up at 300 is not unlikely. So, one, we need to wait for it to get above this 230. And so I'm going to actually put an alert here. And if it gets above 230, I'm glad that you also suffer with allergies, because I know that you understand the pain.
I do. I hate when it makes my nose run, and I'm trying my best to keep it. Yeah, I'm trying my best to keep it together here, and my nose is just like, nope, we're going to embarrass you. You got all these nice people here, and they're going to listen to you, and you're going to be embarrassed.
Yeah. Mine's with the throat. So there we go. So above this level, then you could really moon here and say something like, you know what? How about let's see. Let's see where it's really. Oh, December. That could work.
And real quick here, so I know you're looking at the December chain. Just to kind of set the stage here, Lululemon's next earnings print is estimated to be August 28th. Based on their history here, it's going to be sometime between August 28th and August 31st. So the earnings event is going to happen here at the end of August, if that makes any impact on the trade.
Okay, so the first thing is, because we know it's going to kind of wobble sideways, right? We've got the 250 to 260, 220 to 210 iron condor gives us a good credit. It expires before earnings are likely to sit out. We want to get about a 50% return off of this. Don't get greedy with these iron condors. Just take 50% win rate. Think about all the people buying stocks, wishing they could have a 50% win rate, a 50% return on any stock that they had, and realize that 50% on an iron condor is phenomenal. So that is a really nice base with some good reflexive action that's likely. I would I would do this. I would consider this vertical prior to the August earnings event.
Okay.
Simply because if the August earnings has forward guidance that's very exciting, they're I mean, this is going to absolutely rocket to the
And to
upside.
be fair, they might guide well going into the holiday season too. So that's totally feasible.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So that's what I would say. Now, I know that they do a lot of stuff in Vietnam because the higher quality clothes are um, usually manufactured in Vietnam, and we've already struck a deal
Hmm.
with Vietnam, so that's going to get all flattened out in terms of unknowns, and so we've got that in the ring. I would say um, this isn't bad. We've got a $2,000 upside again, all the way to December, running in for a big move. You might go, man, are you sure? Well, here's the thing. The vol right now for December is pricing in $60. If we have $60, it's at 290 already. That's halfway up the chain here. And chances are, as prices move up from a seasonality perspective, this one's going to shoot the moon. It really is. If you're thinking, hey, what about a butterfly, Emery? Since it's in December, why don't I just try to participate with a butterfly formation? It'll make it way cheaper. But listen, as this moves into December, you're probably going to want to cover that 300 to 320 edge or roll it way out into the future because it could come into 300 and then break a lot higher, right? I mean, look at where the last resistance zone is 330,
Yep.
right? So we want to be careful about that. You can enter in while it's wonky, while it's doing its little wiggles, but come end of August, especially, here's the great trade. If you take it into earnings, if you take this butterfly into earnings, and now it's just 78
I was
cents.
going to say that's a really
Yeah,
attractive price
that's
there.
fantastic. If you get it into earnings and earnings fades, cover that call. Cover the short call spread. So buy back the 300 to 320. You'll get it for a little bit of profit. Bob's your uncle.
And then you have the upside calls that you own
Yeah,
still on in case it runs. I love that idea.
exactly.
That's why we bring you here, Anne Marie. That's money.
My goal is to please. It is.
Okay.
All right. Next on the list, what do we got?
I have FICO. This was a
Yeah,
direct
look at
request from Chris.
this is very interesting. So FICO is kind of an expensive stock, right? Got a lot of motion in it. And it's look at the run, right? So FICO
By the
is
way, $3,700 price target from Bank of America.
really
Yep. Their recent list of 10 stocks, they had 8 long ideas and 2 short. FICO was one of the longs with a possible $3,700 price target.
look at that. So super interesting. This monster candlestick here, and then this monster candlestick here. So when we see things like this, the first thing I like to do is draw Fibonacci. And you might be going, what do you got in your way? But I don't even want to talk about it. So, so notice what it does. It retraces 50% of that candlestick and then loses it. And currently it is sitting at, old support. Look at how many weeks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of sideways formation. So this is do or die for buyers, right? And so if Bank of America came out and gave it a $30-something hundred target, which is, I mean, what
It's
are they thinking?
gigantic. It's
Yeah.
gigantic. Here, I can actually get you some of the context on that too while you're doing this.
Yeah.
Let me pull that here.
I'd be very interested to see what that is, because I've got a price target here that I have been waiting on for this stock to come in and test 14 and a quarter, still holding well above that, but this news event and then this big move up to the 50% retrace of that massive weekly candlestick down, and then not showing a big reflexive bounce. I don't know.
Okay,
this price action gives me pause. So tell me.
So here you go. Fair Isaacs, quote, despite some Washington noise around credit scoring, Casamacino says FICO remains a best-in-class software compounder with a $1 billion buyback plan and strong ACV growth. The firm gave a bold price target of $3,700, more than double the current price.
Okay, so we know that these are normally 3 to 5 year holds when they give those price action spaces. And I pull out my tinfoil and go, well, hey, if they give us that price target.
Oh no, our internet is dying again right at the end. Oh, Anne-Marie. Okay.
Wait a second. City. What gives air really accumulate? Am I frozen?
It is. It's inaudible. It is completely freezing up here. Look, we're out of time anyway. Let's re-examine FICO on Tuesday when we come back here. Chris, I'm sorry. The internet just not cooperating with us today. Stupid thing. Anne-Marie, sorry about the internet. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch up with you next week, okay? All right, that is Anne-Marie, folks. Again, sorry about the internet issues there. Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Paulo. Paulo, look, I clicked the wrong little toggle there. I'm sorry for bringing you on a little bit early there. What do you got coming up here on Trading Made Simple?
Hey, Ryan, how are you? We're going to check some automated trades and some breakouts on some RKK type related stocks that seem to be going into a stage 2 week off markup.
Okay, awesome. Trading Made Simple today with Paulo starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? I hope you're all having a great week, a great trading session. And let's go into the charts and see what potential setups we might have into the following days and into the following weeks. As always, I will start with the indices, then I will go through some personal setups. And members are also invited and encouraged to request any ticker. I got here in another window, I got the chat room here on the studio stream. So if anyone would like to request any ticker, just type it in the comment section and we can run some technical analysis on it. All right. So we're going to start here with the S&P 500 SPX on the weekly time frame. And as an opening sentence, we do have the indices, S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ hitting resistance, but then we also have some potential bullish breakouts across the market. Stocks on small caps, right? Stocks related to the RKK ETF. Yes, hate it or love it, it is having a bullish breakout. So let's start here. All right. Our first chart here is going to be the S&P 500. And let's zoom in a bit. And here is where we actually left. We left retesting resistance, which is an ascending resistance trend line, which marked the top on December 24 and February 2025. We're consolidating here around this resistance range. And we have been, this is already the third week here, we're consolidating. And I personally do think this might be the end of this potential first wave higher on this brand new bull market. But still, confirmation of courses always is going to be price action. So resistance here for the S&P 500 has now been updated to 6,330. SPX bulls would need to break above and hold this level on a bullish breakout above 6,330. And the chart would then be signaling macro bullish continuation to potentially hit the next macro resistance, which would be located at 6,630. All right, now let me zoom out a bit. And I would also like to show a new tool that I have been studying lately. Stock market is always a school. We always learn. Doesn't matter if we have 1, 5, 10, or 50 years in the market, we are always going to learn something new. And I am starting to work with the cycles time frame, and I will show you that tool in a couple seconds. So this is what I'm looking here at the S&P 500. This is the same model we have been following on all the live sessions we have been doing here in Benzinga, and we got our ascending channel, right? Also, we got our Elliott wave count, which can be subdivided. Our first wave, we call this all the post-pandemic bull market, all right? So here the market dropped 36%. It's also aligned with the banner cycle top on 2019, 2020. And then we are developing what I'd like to call the post-pandemic bull market. And it has its first wave higher, its second wave lower, its third wave higher, its fourth corrective wave. And this would be the final, yes, the final fifth wave higher. We already reached the all-time highs. We actually bounce on wave 1 highs, respecting the Elliott wave golden rule, in which wave 4 can never break above wave 1 highs. And we are continuing this momentum. So seems that we are still, of course, we are at all-time highs. We're still on the bull market, but it does seem that the post-pandemic macro Elliott wave count remains valid. So this will be the final fifth wave, potentially aligning with the next banner cycle sell signal on 2026, which could mark the end of this post-pandemic bull market. Then I would be looking for a deeper correction, a deeper correction, we can call it, and we might be losing this channel. But so long, we are still on the channel, and what I'm looking here is at this wave 1. Another thing I would like to start introducing is this new tool I'm actually studying, which is called the cycle lines. So drawing cycles, it's another additional confirmation, another tool for macro analysis in the market, and also to revalidate and confirm our Elliott wave patterns. So basically what the cycle does is it measures one point related to another, and then it projects the repetition of those points as a proportional sequence. A golden rule for cycle analysis is traders and investors should measure cycles from bottom to bottom, not from top to top. Yes, you can actually go from you can do the exercise of setting it from top to top, and sometimes you are going to be able to find interesting stuff, but I would say a golden rule, it's to measure bottom from to bottom. All right, so let's do the example. Our Elliott wave count is starting here on the COVID bottom, right? Then which was our wave 2 bottom? It was here. Check it out. See? This is the first wave with its correction, the second wave with its own correction. And we can see how starting our post-pandemic bull market on 2020, our crash here on the tariffs crash, it was right perfectly aligning with the bottom in 2022. So this increases the odds of this technical model, this Elliott wave, to actually develop correctly. So on the S&P 500, it's 6,330. That is the confirmation level. I see we have some comments. CRISPR and TLA. Yes, we're going to absolutely check those. I actually had those prepared for today. Now we head here into the Dow. Let me delete here the FIBO. So for the Dow, I personally also think we might be maybe topping on a potential Elliott wave. First rally here, we are retesting this resistance trend line, which marked the tops on November 24 and February 2025. We can see we're consolidating, actually initially rejecting. So there could be the possibility that the market could be ready maybe for a 5% pullback, maybe even a 10% correction, which would be the wave 2. And then we would be continuing this bull market with wave 3, corrective wave 4, and final wave 5. If we do the cycle exercise here, the cycle exercise, we are going to realize that for the Dow, it also works accurately. We can see here how for the Dow, this is actually marking the bottoms as well. Now, when we go to the NASDAQ, we see that the NASDAQ is also retesting resistance on what looks like a potential completed first Elliott wave higher. We're consolidating here around resistance. And we got our resistance going from 2021 top to 2024, 2025 tops as well. So this resistance level here for the NASDAQ would be located at 23,300. NASDAQ would need to break above this level to actually continue higher. If we actually see a potential rejection here, I would be looking at that potential correction on a wave 2, and then I would be looking for that bullish continuation. So we are seeing that the S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ have reached macro resistance on the weekly time frame. Let's also do the cycle exercise here. Let's also do the cycle exercise, and we start here. And we can see how the bottoms were actually also aligning here with the NASDAQ. So the cycle lines tool, it's a great tool to add to our Elliott wave strategy. Now I would like to show the VIX on the 4-hour time frame. Let me zoom in 1 second. And the VIX on the 4-hour time frame is showing a potential inverse head and shoulders. I wouldn't say it's starting to form, but we are retesting the right shoulder here. Especially where this is coming. This is coming on a very important support level. 1 second, let me zoom out again so we can see it. And we can see how this support trend line goes all the way to the bottom on the VIX at 10.50. It was validated before we had that deep sea correction and that market correction we saw through January and February. And now we are retesting again this level. So what we find when we zoom in is that the VIX is showing this potential inverse head and shoulders, left shoulder, neckline, head, second neckline, and right shoulder. So the bulls would need to actually break this resistance range, which is very, very wide. And it goes from 15.90 to 16.20. The VIX breaking below 15.90 would be a bullish signal in the market. However, a potential bounce here holding 16.20 to 15.90 bottom of the range would be a bearish signal for the market, as it would be a bullish signal for the VIX. So as we see, the S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ have reached macro resistance on the weekly chart, but at the same time, that the VIX is forming this inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that finally that wave 2 correction. I would personally be expecting it to be a 5% to even 10% market drop. Bet that would be a dip buying opportunity for this final wave 5 on the macro bull market, which we continue to develop since the COVID crash, which we call the post-pandemic market. All right, but there are also some stocks that are looking very bullish. And first, let me bring you the ETF, which includes it. So hate it or love it, all right, RKK is looking like a bullish breakout. And RKK has an extremely bearish sentiment. Of course, it has a massive underperformance compared to the S&P 500, to the Dow, to NASDAQ, right? And we can see how we have been accumulating all this time, and it's looking like we're starting to break out into a week of accumulation stage 2. So this would be the stage 1. Stage 2 looks similar to this. It looks like we are actually starting it. We have here stage 3 as an example on the previous cycle, and stage 4, and then stage 1, and seems that we're going to stage 2. I was actually personally, to be honest, I was expecting when we were here that we were already having a breakout, because I was looking at this horizontal resistance. We had broken above it, but then came the Liberation Day crash, right? So there, RKK actually went all the way back to the bottom of its accumulation pattern. And now we are actually seeing how it's recovering. It's already at high of the year, and we are having a bullish breakout. So if RKK is able to close, it already broke, to hold and close the weekly candlestick above 74, 75, that would be a bullish breakout for RKK and should be traded as such, right? I would recommend trading the independent tickers, right? The components on the ETF rather than the ETF itself, as there are plenty important setups. And let's start with those ones. First, let me show you here a stage 2 so that you can know how they look, of course. So we can see it here. This was a stage 1 accumulation for Roblox. It's an RKK stock. Then we started catching momentum, and this is the stage 2. So this is a stage 2 markup, and it's the second stage on the week off method. Week off methods goes all the way to 19,030s to week off, right? He was an American trader and investor. He made it into the history books with the accumulation and distribution phases. His theory is that the market accumulates certain positions, big money, smart money, and once no one actually believes on those stocks, when Rachel doesn't have them under their watch list, then we start having the stage 2, and retail traders, start catching up, start following the trade, and they start piling into FOMO. And in stage 3, week off distribution, smart money actually sells their positions to late bulls, basically driven by anxiety, and then we have those corrections. So Roblox here, we can see it's a stage 2. And what other stocks are actually breaking out as potential starting stage 2? We have here Unity Software. We can see Unity Software here. We can see Unity Software. This is an accumulation pattern. We're starting to break out, starting to curl here, the 40-week moving average. And we are actually breaking above the descending wedge pattern and catching some momentum above this ascending resistance trend line. Unity Software, it's already a bullish breakout, but needs to hold above 35 to potentially continue running. So save this one on your watch list, Unity Software, right? It could be giving us plenty of upside swing trading opportunities if we might see something similar to Roblox. One, I'm personally an investor, is CRISPR, and I have personally been calling it a buy on all the sessions we have made on Benzinga. And we can see also here for CRISPR, this is an accumulation pattern, and we're starting to break above it. We already broke above resistance, the 40-week moving average, and also the 200 weekly moving average here as well. For example, if we would like to integrate here the cycle lines, if we would like to implement here the cycle lines for CRISPR, one second. There it is. You can see the first bottom, right? The second bottom, and that actually gave us right exactly the third bottom. So the cycle lines, it's a great tool to implement with technical analysis, with support, with resistance, with indicators, with Elliott waves, with Fibonacci. We have to try to bring all the tools we can into our charts, and that is going to give us our overall bias. So for CRISPR, I'm long CRISPR. I'm actually an investor, been accumulating all these months, and it's looking like it's a bullish breakout, and we might be starting a potential stage 2 week off markup. And so is the same for all the genomic stocks, for example, NTLA. On NTLA here, we can see that we are having also a bullish breakout. First of all, we actually bounced we actually bounced from a support trend line, which goes all the way to the history on the stock, all-time lows as well, crazy. And now we're actually starting to break above this ascending wedge pattern and also the 40-week moving average. So NTLA does look ready to potentially start a massive recovery. I don't know if the cycle will work here correctly, but let's give it a check. You can't expect every tool to always work out on every chart. So sometimes certain tools are going to work out and signal a clear setup. Sometimes other tools will. I don't know what's going to happen here, but let's see. All right, so the first one, the second one, right? We start with the first and the second. The third was close. The fourth was not accurate, but looks like the fifth, it's kind of showing that breakout. Still one signal here kind of missed. So I wouldn't say that the cycle tool in this particular chart would be, signaling exactly what's going on. I do think what's going on, it's an accumulation pattern with a bullish breakout above here, the descending wedge pattern. Also, I would like to notice the volume. Check the increasing volume here, increasing volume on that breakout. I would say it's looking bullish. So we have other requests here. Let me see, MIR and GERN. All right, I don't have those ones charted, but of course we can check one. Let me see. Miriam Technologies here, MIR, and let's see what we can find. Almost all-time highs. Well, we have the accumulation pattern here. This is an accumulation pattern, and what I do think is I do think this is a completed Elliott wave count. Potentially a completed Elliott wave count. If I would be starting here, no, in this case, the cycle doesn't also, unless, kind of there, but I wouldn't say it's the most accurate cycle analysis we have seen. So what is obvious here on the chart is we have this support trend line, and that already happened. What I'm looking, to be honest, is a potential Elliott wave count. And I would say the chart would be starting here. I do think this could be the possibility. I'm not sure if the fifth wave has already finished or not, okay? But what I would like to see are the projections on the Elliott wave count. So wave 3 hit the 1.6 Fibonacci extension compared to wave 1. And wave 5 so far is where? It already reached the 1.6. Okay, so we could be on those final we could be on those final moments for this potential, I'll just call it potential Elliott wave count. All right, what I also don't like here is the bearish divergence on the weekly RSI. Usually the RSI, it's a proven reliable additional confirmation indicator in which wave 3 RSI on extremely overbought levels, and wave 5 usually has a bearish divergence on the RSI against the wave 3 highs. You can see it here. See? Wave 3 highs against wave 5 highs, we see the bearish divergence. So that is indicating a potential near top for Myron Technologies. All right. Now let me see what other stocks we have. Also GERN. And let's check this one. GERN Corporation here. Nice. For a buy, this one looks a bit more reliable. I don't know the companies. I'm only checking potential But no, I wouldn't be buying it here. Doesn't look like an accumulation. And why it doesn't look like an accumulation? Because usually accumulations, price history is bullish. Like we have some move, we accumulate higher, then we go into another higher cycle, we crash, we accumulate higher than the previous. This one, no. The stock has gone nowhere in 30 years, so I wouldn't be calling this one an accumulation pattern. This doesn't look like accumulation here. I also wouldn't be getting that much technical, even though I do think there could be a yearly prehistoric support trend line here, which goes basically all the way back to the dinosaurs. And yes, it would kind of be there. It would be do or die for the stock, but I wouldn't be calling it a buy here. It's been going sideways for 10 years. I do think it's better to, unless maybe something on the stock and you have maybe some important information which might signal that the stock could start a bull market, but the chart independently doesn't look that bullish. And we have one final request here, Lancer Orthodontics. Unfortunately, I do think we cannot apply technical analysis to this one. Not much liquidity into this stock. We can see how price history actually updates not that clearly. So unfortunately, in this type of stocks, in this type of patterns, technical analysis doesn't develop and behave accurately. I wouldn't say it would be reliable using technical analysis for a stock like this. Price action barely updates here. So now I would like to show as a closing analysis some Max 7 setups. And I would like to check here Microsoft first. So for Microsoft, seems that we are retesting very important weekly resistance. Let me zoom in here. And this resistance on the weekly time frame goes all the way connecting 2021 to 2024 highs. All right. This resistance is located at 515. Potentially breaking above this level would be another bullish signal for Microsoft. We would be continuing the bullish momentum. I do think this is a wave one. However, if we reject here, we could see a wave two correction, could bring us to 467 previous all-time highs, or maybe to the 40-week moving average. Another stock that's retesting resistance here is NVIDIA, connecting 2024 July and December 2024 highs as well. It's an ascending channel for the stock on the weekly. Is resistance at 170. NVIDIA would need to close above 173 and continue higher. Potential rejection could bring us back to the 150, 152 range, where we actually have our previous all-time highs. Also, Meta kind of looks like a double top, might be starting to show here. I personally had a 5-point correction, completed Elliott wave count for Meta. One, I'm not sure if we are starting here a brand new Elliott wave count, or if this is still a correction because we haven't been able to do a new all-time high like Microsoft or NVIDIA, for which stocks we can safely say it's a new bull cycle because it already reached all-time highs, right? For Meta, not yet. I mean, yes, we did an all-time high, but kind of doesn't count. So Meta could still somehow continue this double top. Resistance confirmation located at 740, 741. And yes, I would say it remains risk off while we remain below that level. So what level I would be looking if we actually end up rejecting here on the S&P 500? So if after this 3 weeks of consolidation around these highs, we are actually ready for the wave one topping here, I would be looking at the Fibonacci retracement range. Now let me set it here. There it is. I would be looking at the Fibonacci retracement range of the 0.236 to 0.382, the 0.2 to 0.3 Fibonacci retracement, and that would give us a range from 5,750 to 5,950. That would be somewhere in between a 5 to, let's measure it actually. So the 0.2 would be a 5% pullback in the market. 0.3 would be a 9% pullback. So I would be looking in between a 5% to 9% pullback in the market, only if we are actually rejecting here on what seems to be wave 1 high. And I would be looking at that 5 to 9% pullback as a potential dip buying opportunity. That would be wave 2. Then I would be looking for wave 3, wave 4 correction, and that final 5th wave higher, which could top around the banner cycle, next banner cycle, 2026 sell signal. If you would like to learn more about the banner cycle, I would absolutely recommend you to search it up. It's a technical model, measures 300 years of market data, aligning important tops, aligning market important bottoms as well. You can find it as the banner cycle. So as we're running out of time, I would like to thank you everyone for your participation, for your attendance. As always, I would like to thank Benzinga, Ryan, everyone for inviting me here on Fridays, alternating with Sandra. I'm Coach Paulo on Trading Made Simple. We have a Discord server where we do live trading and also automation trading. You can find more about us on our website, www.tradingmadesimple.org. And looking forward to continue sharing some trading setups. Thank you, everyone. I hope we all have a great weekend, and see you next week. Have a great one, everyone. Thank you.